May I now invite Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, for the opening address. Over to you, sir.
Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, the Chief of Integrated Staff, and also the President of the USI Council, Mr. Alfonso Perez, the Head of Regional Delegation of ICRC, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, colleagues from ICRC, 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚𝐧𝐜, and other agencies related to UN, distinguished participants, our panelists, extend you a very warm welcome for this third edition of UN International Seminar, which we do in collaboration with ICRC and 𝐶UNPK. As we gather here, we know that today there are about 130 global conflicts which are raging. And as per the High Commissioner for Refugees, by April 2025, an estimated 120.2 million people were internally or externally displaced as refugees or seeking asylum. Therefore, we have really entered an era of uncertainty, discontinuity, and disruptions, which is marked by geopolitical contestation, a highly polarized UN Security Council, and rapidly changing character of conflicts, climate risks, and unethical use of technology. There is also blatant violations of humanitarian law by states and non-state actors, shrinking budgets for the UN, and there is a declining trust in the very efficacy of UN peacekeeping. So these are the daunting challenges that are staring the international community in the eye. And across the globe, at every forum, we feel that there is no other alternate system actually for peacekeeping and peace building except rejuvenation of UN system. Be it, making the organization nimble, lean, or mean, be it embracing modular and digitized missions, be it integrating political mandate, peacekeeping, peace building, and sustained mediation, or be it to create mechanisms for enforcing humanitarian laws. Therefore, the link between peacekeeping and humanitarian action has never been more vital in such a world. Peacekeeping remains the UN's most visible instrument of collective security, or what we call is the indivisible security, while the international humanitarian law is at its moral core. Therefore, the theme of this year's forum, Advancing Peacekeeping and Humanitarian Imperative in a Fragmented World, invites us to reflect on how these twin missions can reinforce each other. And in this regard, USI has always played a significant role together with our other partners, and today we are also part of the UN Global Alliance system. Our partnership with ICRC, which is a guardian of international humanitarian law since 1863, and with the 𝐶UNPK, which is India's global nodal center for excellence in UN peacekeeping training, reflects the synergy between scholarship, UN peace operations, and humanitarian assistance. Today's seminar is part of this continuum. And there are 5 interrelated themes which we are going to discuss over a period of next 2 years, like enhancing peacekeeping in a shifting world order, international humanitarian law and what are its imperatives. Protection of civilians, it's extremely critical. Gender diversity and in peace and security, right from the community level upwards. And then you have a primacy of politics in conflict management. Unless the collective political will is there, and nothing is going to work. And therefore, the emerging realities actually call for a reinforcement of certain guiding principles. And those guiding principles must serve the requirement or the need of recentering the whole focus of peacekeeping and peace building on protection of civilians. Humanitarian neutrality and impartiality, given the character of warfare, where it is very difficult for UN peacekeeper to distinguish between who are the lawbreakers, who are the contestants, and who are supporting the mission. Local ownership has become extremely important, be it the communities, be it the host country, or be it the regional organizations like African Union and things like that. And the ethical use of technology. Today, you know, the non-state actors and even combatants, contestants are using technology very effectively, particularly in disinformation and and technology, even to protect, to cause harm to the civilians and to the UN peacekeepers. Disinformation. So how do you use technology responsibly? And there are problems of, if you go for the unbridled use of technology, there is a risk of, technological colonization, which militates against what you call is, technological nationalism. That, your technological sovereignty, data privacy, these are the other challenges which we have to sort of weigh out and we have to balance. And above all, as I said earlier, political will is the most essential resource, and it must be mobilized to sustain these endeavors in terms of funding and in terms of support from philanthropic organizations, other funders, and regional organizations. So this is a very significant time when we are holding this event, because this also coincides with the 75 years of India's contribution to UN peacekeeping. As we deliberate over the next 2 years, let this forum be a symposium of ideas and a laboratory for result-oriented transformation. May your insights and recommendations inform renewed energy for collective action towards a world where law restrains violence, politics restores peace, and humanity prevails over fragmentation. So with these words, I wish the event a great success, and we're looking forward to some very, very exciting sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts on the various aspects of peacekeeping as well as the effects on the humanity and absence or non-acceptance of the humanitarian laws or international laws. To proceed further, ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate that Mr. 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚, Under-Secretary General, Department of Peace Operation, United Nations, accepted our request to deliver a virtual special address. But due to his commitments, he has been very kind to share a recorded message for the seminar. So over to Mr. 𝐀𝐝𝐯, Under-Secretary General, Department of Peace Operations, United Nations. Sounds
of India once again.
play
I
again.
warmly thank USI for convening this important event and for its long-standing commitment to advancing dialogue on peacekeeping and international security. This year's forum takes place on the very date on which the United Nations was born 80 years ago. This coincidence serves as a reminder of the vision of the Charter to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and to uphold peace, dignity, and justice. This year's theme of the forum, Advancing Peacekeeping and the Humanitarian Imperative in a Fragmented World, could not be more timely. We are meeting at a moment where the global landscape is marked by unprecedented levels of conflict and polarization. According to the Uppsala Conflict Data Program, the level of conflict has risen to alarming numbers, with 61 active conflicts in 2024, the highest number since 1946. Civilians are bearing the brunt, displaced in record numbers and often deliberately targeted. In this uncertain environment, UN peacekeeping remains a lifeline for millions. Across 11 operations, peacekeepers from 115 member states work every day to protect civilians, prevent conflict, support political processes, and enable humanitarian access. Their courage and service deserve our deepest gratitude. Yet, as our Secretary General reminded us during the UN's 80th anniversary commemoration, we cannot take peace for granted. We must adapt peacekeeping to a shifting world order and to emerging threats, from transnational crime to the use of digital technologies and the growing risk posed by climate change. We must also keep the humanitarian imperative at the center of our work, protecting human dignity, upholding international humanitarian law, and supporting those most vulnerable. This requires missions that are more flexible, more tailored, and more anchored in political strategies. Protection of civilians will continue to be the benchmark by which our work is judged, but sustainable peace can only come through political solutions. That is why the primacy of politics must remain our compass, and why strong partnerships with regional organizations, host governments, and communities are essential. We must also ensure that our missions reflect the diversity of the population they serve. Gender parity among peacekeepers and the full participation of women in peace and security are not optional. They are essential to building lasting peace. I want to conclude by recognizing India's remarkable contribution to United Nations peacekeeping. From the early days of UN peacekeeping to today, Indian peacekeepers, men and women alike, have served with distinction, professionalism, and humanity. We honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice and carry forward the legacy in our pursuit of peace. I thank you and wish you a productive and inspiring forum.
I must thank Mr. Lakwa, the Under Secretary General, for the special address. Indeed, he has highlighted few issues which are already on the cards in various sessions in this forum. Before I invite our chief guest, Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, for the keynote address, a brief introduction about the Air Marshal. Air Marshal, during his illustrious career, has held various significant field and staff appointment. And just for your info, Air Marshal is a test pilot himself, and he was the directing staff at the Indian Air Force Test Pilot School. He commanded the air bases in the western and the southern sectors and was Deputy Chief of Air Staff. He is a graduate of National Defence College, Delhi, and before assuming the present appointment, he was Commander-in-Chief, Central Air Command. May I request Air Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit to deliver the keynote address.
Mr. Alfonso, head of the delegation, General B.K. Sharma, DG USI, General P.K. Goswami, who is head of the center, Excellencies, delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege that on this day I have been invited to give a keynote address. To start with, I compliment USI for organizing its annual UN Forum 2025 on a very contemporary and relevant theme, and on a very special day of the theme Advancing Peacekeeping and the Humanitarian Imperative in a Fragmented World, in collaboration with ICRC and CUNBK. As we all know, we stand at a defining inflection point in global geopolitics. The structure of international peace and security is undergoing profound change. The post World War II order, which was grounded in collective responsibility, shared norms, and humanitarian values, now is under tremendous stress. As we speak, about a quarter of the world population lives in conflict affected areas. And today, there are 61 active conflicts worldwide, the highest number since 1946. We should examine how peacekeeping and international humanitarian law must adapt to modern realities and how we are to uphold the humanitarian imperative amid this fragmentation. Give a historical perspective, after World War II, the United Nations and the Geneva Conventions were created to protect civilians, mitigate war's horror, and maintain global stability. These frameworks codified principles such as the protection of non-combatants and prohibition of indiscriminate violence. In the early Cold War era, peacekeeping missions were relatively limited in number. For example, UNTSO in the Middle East and UN Korea, which was in 1953. However, the collapse of rigid Cold War bipolarity in 90s exposed the limits of old assumptions. Intra-state wars, ethnic violence, and terrorism began to dominate. The foundational IHL tenets remain vital, but the complex nature of contemporary conflicts strains their implementation. Modern warfare is increasingly multifaceted and borderless. Conflicts today often involve a mix of state forces, non-state militias, insurgents, terrorist groups, private military companies, and proxy actors. These groups typically operate across porous borders and fluid terrains. For example, in the Sahel, multiple armed groups span several countries, and in the Middle East, non-state actors fight alongside or against regular armies. Key characteristics include multipolar and non-linear battlefields. Wars are no longer state versus state. Instead, a network of armed groups and militias may engage in the same theater as we have seen in the Libyan or Syrian civil wars. It is now common for armed actors to target civilian infrastructure as strategy, using civilians as shields or weaponizing aid. Under IHL, it is forbidden to turn recognized civilian hospitals into a conflict zone or to use civilian populations, the sick or the injured, as human shields, which constitutes a war crime. Unfortunately, such protections are often violated, as documented in Gaza, Sudan, and elsewhere. Modern wars tend to last longer and create deep humanitarian crises. The resulting displacement, food insecurity, and trauma multiply over time. For example, Sudan's war has caused one of the worst crises on record. Nearly 1.3 million people, including 8.6 million internally, have been displaced in under 2 years. Similarly, years of fighting in Gaza have led to tens of thousands of civilians killed, injured, or missing, and most of the population forced from their homes. These emergencies illustrate how societal harms compound, making post-conflict recovery vastly much more difficult. Despite these challenges, multilateral institutions like the United Nations remain indispensable. UN peacekeeping helped many nations transition after civil war or dictatorship, from Cambodia and Cote d'Ivoire to Liberia and Sierra Leone. Civilian death tolls are lower and peace agreements more stable where peacekeepers are deployed. Yet the peace operations community now confronts unprecedented complexity. Several armed conflicts are underway worldwide, and peace operations face unparalleled complexity marked by non-state actors, proxy warfare, constrained resources, and the increasing vulnerability of civilian populations. Peacekeepers themselves are being targeted by new threats: IEDs, ambushes, drones, raising difficult questions about how to protect civilians while ensuring their own force protection. This changing character of war has put IHL and protection of civilians under extraordinary strain. The erosion of IHL translates into mass suffering, and conflict-related displacement has skyrocketed to levels unprecedented in peacetime, which is overwhelming the humanitarian systems. Attack on civilians, whether through aerial bombardment or starvation sieges, exacerbate crisis. For example, UNICEF has reported that Sudan's conflict has displaced 5 million children alone. All of this underscores that strengthening respect for IHL and improving protection of civilians mandates is not optional but central to any peacekeeping mission's legitimacy. UN peace operations remains a cornerstone of international crisis response. Historically, peacekeepers have prevented violence, protected civilians, and supported transitions at a fraction of the cost of unilateral warfare. Missions like UNMIL in Liberia or UNMISS in South Sudan have guarded ceasefires, facilitated elections, and helped disarm combatants. Today's mandate often explicitly include protection of civilians, rule of law, human rights monitoring, and support to governance. However, peacekeeping in practice is far from straightforward. Missions must be adaptive, and multidimensional. In conflict zones like Mali or the Democratic Republic of Congo, peacekeepers perform traditional tasks like patrols, keeping their cantonment safe, etc., alongside community outreach, justice support, and development projects. Key challenges are resource and mandate gaps. Many missions lack sufficient troops, equipment, or funding to meet mandates. Helicopters, engineers, or medical units are often in short supply. The under-resourcing is especially problematic at missions terrain and risks grow. Despite these various hurdles, peacekeeping remains vital. New crises underscore its relevance. For example, in South Sudan, the mission has sheltered tens of thousands of civilians in protected sites during renewed fighting. In Central African Republic, UN peacekeepers have protected supply convoys delivering aid during uprisings. Such examples show that even in fragile governance context, UN missions can create safe zones and corridors that save lives. Now more than ever, we must learn from successes. A recent UN report highlights how peacekeeping missions in the 90s and uh, turn of the century helped countries like Namibia, Mozambique, and Timor-Leste achieving lasting peace. India has a long and distinguished peacekeeping record. Since the 1950s, we have contributed over 290,000 personnel to more than 50 UN missions, making it historically one of the largest contributors. Today, over 5,000 Indian military and police serve in 9 active operations across Africa and the Middle East. This very long commitment reflects India's principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and its belief in collective security. Indian peacekeepers have often served in the most difficult postings. For 10 years beginning in 2007, India deployed the first all-female formed police unit to Liberia, setting a role model example. Indian contingents have also been recognized for building infrastructure, training local forces, and protecting camps under fire. Sadly, this noble service has come at a price. Nearly 180 Indian peacekeepers have paid the ultimate sacrifice in UN service. Each of these lives reminds us that peacekeeping is not merely an abstract duty, but an act of faith and courage in pursuit of the common good. Empowering women and youth is now recognized as central, not marginal, to sustainable peace. UNSC Resolution 1325 and follow-up resolutions mandate inclusion of women in peace processes, while Resolution 2250 highlights the role of youth. Decades of research confirm that peace agreements are more durable and reconciliation more complete when women participate and when young people are included. India has been at the forefront of this agenda. Beside its all-female FPU in Liberia, it consistently pushes to increase female representation in UN and peace negotiations. The UN has set a target of 15% female military and police in missions by 2028. But achieving this will require sustained efforts. such as mentorship programs, training, and removal of gender barriers, for which all member states must take responsibility. Technology is often being talked about because it is reshaping the battlefield and also the peacekeeping toolkit. The United Nations Digital Transformation Strategy notes that digital technologies are taking on a prominent and ever more complex role in the conflict arena, offering new opportunities to improve operations and personal safety. Let us look at some practical examples. The unmanned aerial vehicles are used in missions like DRC, which employ drones for surveillance and recce. In Mali and CAR, drone imagery helps map rebel movements and protect remote outposts. Similarly, satellite and communications are used to take high-resolution satellite imagery supplements ground patrols by mapping camp conditions and tracking convoys. Secure satellite communications link commanders in the field, which is very useful where local networks are unreliable. Data analytics in AI is a new tool which can analyze social media, conflict databases, and local reports to forecast flashpoints. Predictive modeling, for example, forecasting mass displacement patterns helps UN agencies pre-position aid. Also, the medical and remote medical technologies like telemedicine and portable diagnostics have improved care for peacekeepers and civilians alike. These innovations undoubtedly strengthen peace operations. A recent review emphasizes that technologies like drones offer a very useful basket of capabilities for all categories of UN mission, from peacekeeping to peace enforcement. Peacekeeping technology absorption must be demand-driven and human-centered, ensuring it serves humanitarian goals and does not become intrusive. All of these tools are important, but none can substitute political solutions. History and doctrine alike emphasize that nothing should be imposed on unwilling parties. Lasting peace is forged through negotiation, reconciliation, and inclusive governance. The United Nations' own high-level independent panel on peace operations and the Action for Peacekeeping initiative stress that the primacy of politics is the cornerstone of sustainable peace. In practice, this means UN missions must be closely linked to ongoing diplomacy and peace processes. Where political dialogue is sidelined, whether due to international gridlock or local fragmentation, conflicts stagnate. Today, we face a paradox. While funding for military operations is skyrocketing, investments in diplomacy, development, and conflict prevention are lagging. To address this, we need a renewed emphasis on mediation and negotiation. In short, the best complement to peacekeeping is politics, diplomacy, dialogue, and inclusive governance, which must lead the way. The fragmented world we inhabit poses grave challenges, but also an urgent opportunity. As one recent review of global security has warned, collective peace and security cannot be taken for granted. Yet the core principles of humanity, impartiality, and rule of law are more necessary than ever. This forum's theme underscores that peacekeeping and humanitarian must advance together. Protecting lives is not a subsidiary task, but a moral imperative. In closing, we must reaffirm that unity of purpose and moral clarity are essential. In a world defined by fragmentation and distrust, this forum stands as a call to renew the spirit of multilateral cooperation grounded in humanitarian law, political dialogue, and the shared human desire for peace. Let us meet this call with resolve, with innovation, collaboration, and an unwavering commitment to humanitarian principles. We can navigate these complexities. The decisions and partnership we forge here will resonate far beyond this hall. Once again, I compliment the USI, the leading and the only think tank of India that engages global efforts in peacekeeping and IHL related issues, for coming together with ICRC and CUNBK on this contemporary and relevant issue that is looming large over the international community. Your deliberations will shape not only the politics of peacekeeping, but the conscience of humanity itself. Thank you and wish you all a successful and productive forum. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insight on the theme of this forum and relating it to the various activities taking place in the missions, that is peacekeeping missions, ICRC mission, and the humanitarian missions across the world. The issues which you have highlighted in your keynote address will act as a curtain raiser to the various sessions which are to follow. And before I request Mr. Alfonso Eduardo Perez, head of the regional delegation, ICRC Delhi, for special address, let me briefly introduce the speaker. Following a decades of work with the Medicine Sans Frontier, Mr. Alfonso transited to the ICRC in 2012, but he has been managing the humanitarian operations since 2002, focusing on the countries affected by the armed conflict and other situations of violence. Notable missions include Colombia, Sudan, Somalia, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Yemen, Syria, Israel, Palestine, and Myanmar. His recent appointments include head of the delegation in Sudan during 2023 conflict, and before being deployed here, he was in the Egypt till from September 24, and now in Delhi from August this year. May I now invite Mr. Alfonso to deliver special address. Over to you, sir.
Air Marshal Ashutosh Dixit, Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Sharma, Director of USI, Major General Goswami, Deputy Director General USI, distinguished excellencies, chairs, deputies, defense attachés, diplomats, my dear colleagues from ICRC, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I'm delighted really to welcome you all to this seminar that we are jointly organizing with the USI, with the United Service Institution of India, an institution that was born along the same moment the ICRC, more than 160 years ago, and with the Center for UN Peacekeeping. My predecessors have portrayed already very well what is the humanitarian and conflict-related situation in the world. I wanted just to share with you that 25 years ago, the president of ICRC at that time was Mr. Cornelio Sommaruga. During his presentation on the UN Security Council, the annual presentation, the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross does, was speaking about 20 conflicts going on in the world at that moment, 25 years ago. Just 2 months ago, my new president, Mrs. Miriana Spolaric, was talking about 132 active conflicts in the world. And the ICRC, I should highlight here, we follow the same methodology to measure violence and to monitor conflicts around the world for more than 65 years now. So together with the quantities, there is a growing perception, as also very well stated by all my predecessors, that violations of IHL have never been as numerous and as blatant. There is actually a risk of a historical magnitude if we don't reverse, if we don't stop the current trajectories about how the wars are being fought. What the ICRC we see on the ground too often is that the enormous, the tremendous humanitarian needs to respond to could have been actually prevented in a very simple way if there was political willingness to do so. Something also my three predecessors have very well stressed and we share in terms of the analysis of where we are today. I would also like to bring to you a couple of elements also brought by Admiral Ashutosh, which is the arrival of the new technologies as an element that is integral today, both for the good, but also for the bad. And this is a trend you are very well aware of. The ICRC is very worried about, and we are closely following due to the humanitarian implications that it has. But together with with new technologies, there are also other trends that we are really worried about. For instance, the emergence of large-scale conflicts. In this trend of conflicts I was referring to, the 132 conflicts active today in the world, one of our key concerns today is the increased number of international armed conflicts, something that was not the case just 20 years, 30 years ago. So it's something to keep in mind. And I would like to bring also to the audience that with all this panorama, with all this situation, in a very similar moment is what back in 1949 brought to the development and creation of the Geneva Conventions. So going a bit to that moment, to 1949, what I would like to bring here to you is the idea that the Geneva Conventions were compiling a set of traditions, of practices, of values that were there already for thousands of years. However, the message at that moment was very clear. Even wars must have limits. And this is not a naive statement coming from a naive organization. Believe me, the ICRC, as I was saying with my colleagues on the table, we are present in the most terrible conflicts around the world, from Somalia to Myanmar, from Ukraine to Sudan, from Gaza to Central African Republic, you name it. We are present in all these countries. So when we say that wars must have limits, believe me, it's everything but a naive statement. It's based on solid operational experience. And what we want to also remind is that back in 49, what did the states do? They basically rallied support to expand the protection of IHL, and therefore they came back with the creation of the Fourth Geneva Convention, a tool to protect civilians, simply because they realized that what was existing before was not enough. So interestingly enough, if we follow the historical trajectory, 25 years later, so we go now to the 1970s, happened something very interesting. Today, we are terrified by the situation in the world, but it's not the first time we've seen an increase in number of conflicts. Again, put yourselves in 1965, 1966, and think in the following 10 years. In this period of time, we had a lot of active conflicts, Vietnam, Cambodia, Colombia, you name it. And also many conflicts coming out of independence, especially in Africa, but also in other continents. Yeah, we can remember Biafra, we can remember Chad, we can remember Angola, the Mozambique independence, etc. Even we had the Indo-Pakistan war in this period of time. What happened at that moment? The ICRC, together with Switzerland, we called for an international conference. In 1974, the name of that conference was Diplomatic Conference on the Reaffirmation and Development of International Humanitarian Law. And to make a long story short, after 3 years of conference, in 1979, the 2 additional protocols were produced. The 2 additional protocols simply updated the legal protection, the framework of protection of civilians and others, modernizing a framework of international humanitarian law that had become somehow obsolete. Yeah? So if we continue this pattern, we are today almost 50 years after 1979 with the situation I was portraying and my colleagues were portraying about the world. And I want to share with you, for those you don't know, a similar reflection to the one the ICRC did in 1973 has been done today. And together with Switzerland, but especially having on board the leadership of 6 countries, amongst them Brazil, China, France, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and South Africa, we are launching what we call the Global Initiative to galvanize political support to IHL, to international humanitarian law. This initiative was launched just 1 year ago, in September 24 in Geneva, it was supported, as I'm saying, by these 6 leading countries. But today we can share with you more than 130 countries have already commented, contributed, and are actively participating in the global initiative. What do we aim at? And I continue with this idea that we are not a naive organization. Today we know that the state of multilateralism is not the state that it was 20, 50 years ago. We are not aiming with this conference to generate a new protocol or a new hard law mechanism, not even a soft law mechanism. We simply want to aim at mobilizing states all over the world to make of IHL a political priority, simply to realize that without putting it in practice, that without making those warring parties respecting IHL, but also to ensure the respect of IHL, peace will be a very difficult goal to attain. So it's what we also call a crisis of compliance. The crisis is not in the legal framework. The crisis is in the lack of political willingness to make it happen. I wanted also to bring here, to finish on this global initiative, that there is a parallel track at technical level. At technical level, the ICRC, together with this variety of states I was mentioning, is working on 7 work streams. We call it simply lines of work, addressing at technical level discussions where the only thing we are doing is listening and letting states to bring their assessment about the applicability of IHL. And these work streams, some of them are related to very practical elements of the law, like the protection of hospital, the protection of civilian infrastructures, and others are talking about the best practices on preventing violations of IHL, or including on the interplay between IHL and peace. Here, I want to share with you a very quick experience. While I was appointed in Khartoum in Sudan in 23, one of the key actions the ICRC did was to put in practice what we call the neutral intermediary role. So with the support of mediating countries, we basically organized the extraction of 2 delegations, each one of each warring parties, the Sudanese armed forces on the one side and the rapid support forces on the other side, to initiate a ceasefire discussion in a third country. And eventually this started a peace process or a peace conversations where the humanitarian agenda was highly considered, from the management of the people diseases during the conflict to the identification of the missing during the conflict. So very practical humanitarian elements that ensure at least a cessation of hostilities, and in some cases, like it was the case in Colombia, to end up in a whole, consistent, holistic peace process. This humble, targeted, practical, safe contribution of IHL to peace, this continuum between the pure action at field level and what could be bringing a solution to the situation, is something we are very proud to contribute to, and is something we call all parties to the conflict and all states in the world to really make happen. As I was saying, these discussions have been very robust. The exchanging on legal perspective and different interpretations of IHL is happening as we speak, and it will end up in a global conference to be held in Geneva at the end of 2026. It will not be the end of it. We really expect this to generate a change in a moment where the mere fact of putting states around the table is complicated due to the state of the multilateralism and the perception that there is today about multilateralism. Ladies and gentlemen, I want also to proceed talking about peacekeeping missions. In recent years, we've seen in the field, but also at policy level, how peacekeeping missions have grown increasingly complex, going beyond the traditional mandate, as Admiral said, as General Sharma mentioned, to include roles also on the rule of law, the security sector reform, and of course, the protection of civilian and humanitarian assistance. These mandates require that UN peacekeeping police and military components are forced to resort to violence more regularly and often to a level that is beyond what is required for their own self-defense. This is totally understandable when we are on the field and we see the challenges the peacekeeping missions they have to face. However, these changes also raise very timely questions regarding the legal framework that this use of force, this evolved use of force is requiring. And within this legal framework, what we bring is international humanitarian law. It should be included, it should be considered, as all my colleagues have mentioned. The ICRC will remain, of course, committed to maintaining and developing this dialogue with the UN peacekeeping missions, not only on the ground in the different countries, but also at policy level, in particular with the headquarters in New York, and at every level, at operational, at protection, at legal, but also on the development of training and the integration of training. The ICRC also, we continue remaining committed, and we continue to do so, engaging with member states. Member states, in particular, those that have the contribution with troops and police. They are contributing countries with police and military components in peacekeeping missions. And this dialogue that, as you know us, and if you don't know us, I allow myself to tell you, is absolutely bilateral, is absolutely confidential. Something I wanted to highlight with you. The UN peacekeeping operations today, as it was since the very beginning, since the outset of the definition, must keep a due diligence when dealing and deciding how to promote compliance with the law. And also, a way to do it is when they propose to one or several of the warring parties to carry out joint operations. This role of UN peacekeeping, conditioning the carrying of joint operations to the compliance of IHL, is an area of convergence with us that often we have worked together, and that I will be pleased to see very much debate and discuss during this seminar. I wanted also not to finish without saying and also praising the contribution of India as a peacekeeping force in the global peace and security situation. I mean, again, allow me to say I've seen myself the role of the Indian peace components in the different missions, especially in Congo and in Central African Republic, and it's something really we have to praise, and I would like to congratulate the state from this forum, because having more than 5,000 troops today in 9 active missions is something really to be said and to be reminded. In conclusion, what I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that we continue to engage with peacekeepers, with states on IHL and on the protection of civilians. This is happening before, but also during the troops are deployed in theater, because we are present and because we have this accumulated knowledge that needs to be discussed, needs to be presented to peacekeeping operations as a way to improve our own understanding of how the legal framework can be better used to protect civilians. Our principles make us be where we are needed. My predecessors have mentioned conflicts that unfortunately or fortunately I've been very privileged to be present, but that our institutions are very much present. These are our top operations today. Gaza, Sudan, Myanmar, they are all situations where we would like to see IHL being better applied and respected. I wanted to also go back very quickly before finishing in history. In 1971, when there was the Indo-Pakistani war, our central tracing agency, as ICRC, I was checking the archives, and you will excuse me because I'm just recently arrived to the country, but our central tracing agency forwarded 15 million family messages exchanging between prisoners of war on both sides of the conflict. Looking back in the archives, we also saw how, together with the Indian Red Cross, that was already playing a key role in this situation, we deliver thousands of humanitarian parcels to prisoners of wars. Or, for instance, we also made hundreds of visits on both sides to people that needed, in a moment of interstate conflict. In that moment, we were requested, and this is what I want to highlight also, by India to be witness and to support on an extraordinary operation I didn't know about, which was the repatriation of Pakistani nationals, civilians and prisoners of war that were in India following the conflict. The Indian state was able to organize 105 special trains, sending back over 70,000 people that was of combat outside of the hostilities. The ICRC was a privileged partner on this, and it is a very good example of what a state can do when it is having the leadership and the political willingness to put IHL in practice. We wanted to highlight this as an extraordinary moment and landmark in the history of this incredible country. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the USI and to the Center of UN Peacekeeping for bringing together this very multidisciplinary and cross-border stakeholders, set of stakeholders I see on the table today. And I'm pretty sure that the debate during the following 2 days would be extraordinary, would be constructive, and would be about essential issues on our common ground, which is the protection of civilians. Once again, I thank you for being part of this important initiative, and I wish you, all the contributors, all the participants, a continued success on what you are doing, that at the end of the day is a humanitarian mission also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alfonso, for your special address and reminding us about how the evolving conflicts have evolved over a time from 2025 to 132 today. You have highlighted the important aspect of highlighting the global initiative and making IHL a political priority. At the same time, touched upon the UN peacekeeping and protection of civilians. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of opening session. May I request DG USI to felicitate our guests. May I request everybody to join us for a cup of tea in the courtyard. And I'll request all the moderators and speakers to join us for the group photograph again in the courtyard. And next session, I'll request you all to be seated here by 10:55. Thank you.
Hello.
इसके बाद ये हम कह कहा गया Little is enough. Little is enough. Little is enough.
May I request all to settle down, please? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now begin the first session of the seminar that is on enhancing peacekeeping in a shifting world order. In the backdrop of the record number of active conflicts worldwide, peacekeeping remains the largest and the most visible UN activity in the field. With more than 60,000 men and women from 115 countries currently serving in 11 missions across the globe. In words of Mr. 𝐀𝐼𝐬𝐴, Under-Secretary General, Department of Peace Operations, UN, I quote, "Peacekeeping is not a luxury. It is a lifeline for millions who count on it for a future without fear," unquote. Today's conflict has become protracted, involving more actors and often proxy forces, and making the negotiations of solutions most difficult to achieve. Thus, attaining lasting political solutions has become increasingly challenging. In near future, more civilians would need protection, and most likely peace operations are likely to increase, along with the other type of operations, including peace enforcement, but in a more uncertain context of the deployment. On 29th May 2025, on the International Day of Peacekeepers, the UN Secretary General said, I quote, "Now more than ever, the world needs the United Nations, and the United Nations needs peacekeeping that is fully equipped and that is fully equipped for today's realities and tomorrow's challenges," unquote. Therefore, future needs a UN that is capable and ready to respond through the missions that are adaptable and tailored to address the ground realities, guided by strong political strategies and leveraging the tools, capacities, and expertise of the UN and the member states with strong and united political support. The ability to deliver on the imperative for the protection of people will remain the benchmark by which the UN is judged. To steer the discussion, we have someone who has a very vast experience, Lieutenant Leader and Indian Army veteran, distinguished fellow USI with a UN experience in both political and military spheres. He was Chief of Staff Mission in Mozambique, Force Commander, and subsequently Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General, Sudan. And besides moderating the session today, he will also share his views on evolving conflicts and implication for the peacekeeping and uh, the other distinguished panelists on this panel are General Badalai, my correction, General Dr. A.K. Badalai, Indian Army veteran, distinguished fellow, USI, former military observer in Angola, deputy head of the mission and deputy force commanders in Lebanon. He will focus on strategic challenges in the contested multilateral environment. Next panelist is Major Samar Toor, an Indian Army veteran, former peacekeeper in South Sudan, and currently Director and Chief Growth Officer at Zulu Defense Private Limited, specializing in loitering and hovering ammunition and drones. He will speak on operational and the tactical dilemmas in the peacekeeping. And finally, we have a very well-known personality as a next speaker. He is Shri Kamal Malhotra, former UN Resident Coordinator in Vietnam, Turkey, and Malaysia, and currently Distinguished Visiting Professor, Nalsar University of Law, Hyderabad, and a non-resident Senior Fellow at TAPWI, Turkey. He will share views on reforms in the UN peace and security pillar. So over to General Leader.
Okay. Good morning and Jai Hind. It's an honor for me to be invited to the USI Annual UN Forum 2025. My compliments to the USI ICRC UNPK team for organizing discussion on the peacekeeping future, a subject requiring our critical deliberation. Let me start by singling out the ICRC, whose efforts to uphold human security require our deep admiration and unwavering support. The global initiative to galvanize political commitment in IHL is a laudable benchmark amongst the otherwise dismal global narrative. I am happy to be part of that. We live in detrimental phase of our civilization, experiencing competitive geoeconomics, unethical use of militaries, cyber weaponization, and climate negligence. The retreat from shared security and global solidarity was evident at the 80th General Assembly, which just concluded in September last. The UN peace and security pillar in particular faces its biggest test of legitimacy and credibility. The UN peacekeeping environments have become dangerous and demanding, which will get further contested with the 25% financial restrictions that have been imposed. Enhancing peacekeeping is a shared responsibility between the Security Council, the Secretariat, and the member states. To discuss contemporary issues on this theme, I have three very distinguished speakers here with me who already stand introduced. General Badalai will open session 1, Strategic Challenges in a Contested Multilateral Environment. This will be followed by me outlining the evolving challenge conflicts and the implications for peacekeeping. Major Toor will come next to highlight the operational and technical dilemmas in peacekeeping. And finally, Mr. Kamal Malhotra will wind up and provide you an overview on the ongoing UN reforms. Rules of engagement. Every speaker has 10 minutes, extendable to 12, and in most critical intellectual stimulation to 13 and a half. 13 and a half, I'm afraid, is the cutoff. So better synchronize your watches on your own. Over to you, General Badalai.
Ready? Doesn't matter. Now, USI, CUNPK, and ICRC co-panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
This morning, I wish to engage with you to find the answer to this question. All began soon after World War I, when the League failed to prevent World War II. Two world leaders, President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill, conceived an idea to create a new organization to prevent another World War II like. Now, the first conference which took place in month of August 1941 on board Prince of Wales, HMS Prince of Wales, that charter which was signed and the conference was Atlantic Charter. Followed by a series of conferences ending with San Francisco Conference in 1945. Thereafter, invited member states were called to approve the charter in June 1945. Now, this charter, which is based on international law and Treaty of Westphalia, which at the center is the concept of sovereignty and Kellogg-Briand Pact. Unfortunately, in the succeeding years, this charter has become to subject of manipulation from entire world. Now, while the responsibility of peace, international peace remains with the Security Council, real power remains outside in the hands of the same power. So therefore, how do they make? Because the global power, Western powers who created the world order, constantly manipulated global politics, they pitted nations against each other. They have also encouraged and instigated middle power to fight on behalf their rivals, at the same time, making it sure that these middle power do not rise to a level so that they can create an alternate power center. Additionally, the control about the SWIFT mechanism and control on these two Bretton Woods institutions, World Bank and IMF, has got tremendous financial levers in the hands of Western power. Subjective manipulations, selective manipulation became the order of the day. Recipient nations from this institution, if they are pliant, they can get away by committing murder. In fact, recent case, I will not want to name the country, all of you know about that, has been known as an avid supporter of terrorism. More so, this system is even blind to these founders flouting their own regulation. They could threaten smaller countries with occupations. They can get away by committing blunders, committing crimes, supporting conflict, even supporting genocide from outside. So that's why I said that the framework of this world order was based on hypocrisy. Now, when the United Nations is a flagship organization of this world order, is based on a hypocritical system bound to falter. At the same time, we cannot absolve even from discharging his primary responsibility. The few challenges I would like to highlight. Normally, before the peacekeeping operation is deployed, it must precede, logically, traditionally, a peace agreement between conflict to the parties to the conflict, the peace agreement. But unless the peace agreement is inclusive and address the root cause of the conflict, peace agreement does not guarantee peace. To give you an example, UNAMIR in Rwanda genocide which took place. Now, UNAMIR was a mission deployed in Rwanda before the genocide, and the mission was established post Arusha agreement in August 1993. The path leading to the conclusion of the agreement is fraught with challenges. But the Hutus, the majority of about 84% population, were traditionally and for years they ruled and dominated by Tutsi minority of 14% population, could not reconcile to sharing power with a Tutsi minority. So what happened after the peacekeeping operation was deployed? A Hutu power center had emerged and nobody knew about it. What it needed was a small trigger, like the death of the Hutu president, General Havriamana, to die in an aircraft accident. And that genocide was triggered, of course, on 6 April 1994. It is well known. The problem identification and also cultural profiling of the leader of the political crisis has a crucial role in mediation and negotiation leading into the peace agreement. It's very, very important. To give you one example, in Angolan Civil War, Jonas Savimbi was that he agreed that he will respect the peace of election process. But when he lost the election, he went back to jungle to pick up the guns again because he just could not reconcile to fact that he could have lost the election. Another factor I think people missed out was Savimbi was the president of UNITA. Before that, he was number 2 of 2 parties. That means Savimbi never accepted second position in life. Security Council. Now, because of the Security Council divided or control of the P5 Nation Security Council, it badly limit the Security Council functioning. But P5 members are divided. The crack in the solidarity of the P5 was seen even during the drafting of the charter process. What happened? As I told you that June 1945 charter was approved by the member states. But before that, in the month of May, after San Francisco conference, Prime Minister Churchill initiated Operation Unthinkable to bring about regime change in USSR. Now, these are not my stories. These are available in the open source. Now, subsequently, what happened? This crack, because of the P5, has heavily impacted the functioning of the Security Council. Like, for instance, USA bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki has effectively sealed the fate of the UN before actually UN was born. Now, increasing the number of vetoes, then Western Arm Alliance, again, as instigated by Churchill, after UN was born, during his famous Iron Curtain speech, he also instigated the Commonwealth countries to join him. Then, of course, creation of NATO and Warsaw countries and increasing number of the veto. Now, coming to Security Council, ladies and gentlemen, that because of the whims and fancies of the P5, Security Council decision-making process become hostess to P5. After it able to cross that hurdle and adopt a resolution to deploy a peacekeeping operation, it remains hosted the member states because there are no peacekeeping force directly under command of the UN headquarters. And member states, they will participate on peacekeeping operation only if they serve the strategic interest. And as the conflicts have risen, become more dangerous, what has happened was that no member states want to take the risk of taking the body bags of the soldiers home, dying for some other country thousands of miles away from the home country. Now, primacy of the politics at the center is very important for success of peacekeeping operation. But primacy does not mean the control. It essentially means that political consideration takes precedence. In a peacekeeping missions, what happened? When the host state is trying to recover from the conflict, it might need a lot of political and security sector reform. But if the peacekeeping operation is deployed there, it can help them. Therefore, the political part and the military component are equal partners in the peace, and they must work in tandem side by side. And there must be also a clear political strategy for peacekeeping operations. Now, the relationship between the political component, political leader, actually they're barring for 3 peacekeeping operations. All the peacekeeping operations are led by the civilian, known as SRSG, representative of the Secretary General, and he's supported by force commander and the police commissioner in case the police is deployed. So they are complement each other. The relationship between the political leadership and the military leadership, I said both uniform leaders, very complex. There's no standard operating procedure. It has to be built over a period of time. And it is a responsibility of the head of the mission, the political leadership, that to ensure the political primacy. Let me give you one example to understand this. It takes me back in my school days, 1970s. We used to take fun in traveling by the famous Indian Railway iconic toy train to travel from plains of West Bengal to hill district of Darjeeling. You know, the train used to take about 6 to 7 hours. And those days, the train is to be powered by a steam engine. But when it reached the hill section, critical area, zigzags and loops, it needed additional power. Another steam engine was added or fixed to the end of the train, a secondary locomotive known as banker. So its banker job is to give that extra push for the train to negotiate the critical section, zigzags and loops. Another advantage of the banker is, it never happened of course, that should because of some reason the primary locomotive fails, what happens that it should be able to push the train to the nearest station for its repair. Now, those days, the communication system between the driver of the primary locomotive and a secondary locomotive was based on whistle signaling and synchronized starts. This all an effective system, but very traditional, would take years of practice and ensured that the train remain on the track, no accident has taken place. Now I compare a state trying to recover from the conflict with the Troy train recovering, going negotiating the critical section. So in case of peace operation, in case of, because of some reason, political leadership fails, the force commander must take control and ensure the mission is not derailed until political leadership regain its footing. Mind it, during that time, it might happen that force commander might have to take some kind of uncomfortable decision. But if there is a lack of coherence in understanding of the political primacy between strategic and operational level, or lack of office of leaders with a lack commitment, now political primacy of politics become the first victim, and second victim becomes obviously the peacekeeping operation. Let me give you 2-3 examples. In Somalia, early 1922 or 1992, Mohammed Sanoun was the mission head of the mission SRAZ. He convinced General Farad Muhammad Aidid to accept the services of 500 unarmed peacekeepers to escort the humanitarian convoy. But before the 500 unarmed peacekeepers could deploy, Security Council, at the recommendation of the Secretary General Boutros Ghali, deployed or authorized 3,500 peacekeepers, armed peacekeepers. Now, Mohammed Sanoun did not like it. He resigned eventually. It was not consulted. And as far as Aidid is concerned, he considered as a breach of faith or trust. So what happened thereafter in Somalia is well documented. It does not need elaboration. Let me fast forward to South Sudan. Of course, general leader will be knowing better than me, but this has been quoted to me by one of the operational staff officer in the year of 2020. On one fine day, when he walked up to along with the force commander of the SRSG, David Shearer, that we need to do something much more to protect the civilian. To that, he said, look, these people continue to die because intercommunal violence. So this is not a responsibility. My interpretation, his response was something like that, this is not my circus, not my monkeys. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a mission led by a person like David Shearer, which I checked up later, he had more faith on the private military contractors to protect the civilians. It can be damn demotivating for the soldiers who want to make protection of the civilians as a priority. But there's a plus point. Sierra Leone, going back again in 2000, when there was a siege of Indian peacekeeping post by RUF rebel, and another place, hostages, force commander, and rep of the MEA Indian government, they visited, and that uncoordinated, not known to each others, used diplomacy as a part of the tool of the political primacy to get the hostages released before UNAMSIL, the peacekeeping operation, could launch one of the largest military operations to break that siege. So it worked, uncoordinated. What I want to say is that while the political primacy can work best in the initial stage, it can also work during the crisis. So what happened is that but point is that political primacy does not have an expiry date. Now, most of the conflict linger because of unaddressed questions of the conflict, whether it is Africa, Europe, or Middle East. I'll just give you a brief example of Middle East. The Middle East, there are 3 peacekeeping operations: UNSO, Observer Mission, UNDOF, Golan Heights, UNIFIL. This is closing down by next year, this thing. Now, missions like this, and all these 3 missions are connected to the root cause of the problem, Palestinian question. Now, missions like this will keep coming, keep going, and we'll continue to see what is happening in the Middle East unless the root cause of the conflict is, of course, root of the conflict is addressed. My next point is that, is all lost? No, I don't think everything is lost. While Security Council is like a clubhouse for the P5 members to collect iron of the difference and build a compromise mandate, everything is not dead as yet, because UN has become the lifeline for the people. And despite the challenges, humanitarian aid continue to flow to the needy populations. And also, when initially, soon after UN was born, around 50s or so, 50s, early 60s, lot of newly inducted independent members, what happened? They could share the UN platform to share their, the grievances and asking for UN reform and demanding a rightful place in the UN system. Now, second thing is also that Bandung Conference of 1955, which symbolized struggle against colonial struggle, where 29 countries from Africa and Asia took part. Of course, Western powers were threatened, and the Menace to Bottle of Bandung conference. It was followed by one of the distinct is that non-aligned movement. Now, even the Western powers, Menace to Bottle of Bandung spirit, I think BRICS has born out of the spirit. Now, another remarkable feat of the General Assembly, or even is that uniting for peace resolution. Now, this has received, just 1 minute. This has received a lot of traction nowadays, because what has happened, the people are writing why United Nations peacekeeping or peace resolution can be duly again. But let me tell you 2-3 points for shortage of time. Now, this one first, what had happened was approved by the Security or General Assembly after Security Council authorized deployment of United Nations force in Korea. That is, but it had allowed emergency conference to take place, but recommendation of the General Assembly are not binding the recommendation in nature. Now, whether this can be implemented or not, it depends on who all are involved in the context. For instance, you look at the slide, if the stakes of the major powerful nations are there, I think it will remain as a recommendation nature, and it will only build a collective opinion. In case of Gaza, the first armed peacekeeping operation UNF was established in 1956. Why? Because both USA and USSR those days wanted to end that conflict. So, but notwithstanding that, General Assembly recommendations is a big platform. I dare say the Gaza plan, which is on the table nowadays, it might may or may not succeed. I feel that it will fail, sorry to say, but I think that it has been inspired or motivated by a lot of resolution discussion took place in General Assembly. So finally, all I want to tell you that ending war is not the cessation of the violation. It is also ushering negative peace. Now, this United Nations is a flagship organization born out of an idea of few Western leaders who wanted the Western supremacy at the heart of it. Now, if you want to even to revive and do its job what it's supposed to be, then the very idea must be killed. But this idea cannot be killed. But if you target the power that sustains the idea, I think it can be effective. So therefore, if there can be a breakthrough in the economic stronghold, a financial stronghold, of the Bretton Woods institutions of the powerful nations, and the grip and the Security Council resolutions, I think even reform can be possible. And it is only possible if the countries of the global south, including India, who have put the maximum boots on ground, collectively decide, I think they decided to reawaken the dead Bandung spirit. Until then, I think we have to live with that what the UN is as the member states make out of it, and the peacekeeping missions can be as effective as the theses want to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you for transiting to the steam engine from the rolling locomotive earlier. You walked the talk. There will be no comments given at all. We'll wait the end of the panel. Discussion, please, noting points in which Jal Goswami, the ultimate marshal, will take over. Right. Get your boots on the ground. Why is the UN peacekeeping in crisis? There is a relevance deficit today. The UN is not delivering. Let's be very clear. We can keep making any excuses, any amount. Increasingly, there is no success story on the ground. The international violations, laws are being violated, and the Security Council and everybody else is a mute spectator to this. Security Council price paralysis is already covered by Bardalai. I'll not go to that. There is an operational overstretch. Any warfare or anything has to be restricted to three things: your resources, what is your resources, what are the requirements, and the expectation gap. The expectation gap is too much, and UN peacekeeping has eaten too much what it can really sustain. And when we look at reforms and elsewhere, we really need to look at some hard decision where exactly the UN must intervene. Violent operating environment. I will talk about it, and the host nation pullback. The most retrograde step of peacekeeping today is that you're not required there. So you can keep passing any resolutions. Mali, you go off. Sudan, off. DRC, just hanging on by the thread will also go. Why? Because, and this is a soul searching for the people on the ground to do, not the leadership. Why are you not wanted on the ground? The same UN peacekeepers who delivered and were looked for as the messiahs, as soothsayers, as conflict resolution people are not required there. This is a hard question which people have to answer when you question here. And in the peacekeeping environment, I always put the host nation relationship paramount. Once you get the mandate, go there, talk to them. Far too many of us are preaching around, coming there and trying to tell them what to do. And that is the first start point. I will be talking about some of the mediation tomorrow. We'll leave it at that. Now, those of you who've been on the ground are quite familiar with this story. Those of you who haven't, and better be prepared for it, because as they say, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. A lot of times the peacekeepers are being deployed here, not being given the true picture. I've had observers from Western countries coming when I was the force commander. They were painted some rosy picture and told, and they also had that image. But when you land on the ground, conditions are very different. So it is very necessary for peacekeepers to understand which environment are you going. Implications. People are not understanding modern conflicts. Everywhere across, and I'm talking top to bottom, new words are being coined: non-contact warfare, hybrid warfare, this warfare. This is very good vocabulary in think tanks. But those of you who are sitting in the field host or the ICRC, this vocabulary doesn't function. Because on the ground, there is a job to be done. And that must understand. And that will only be done when you understand the mechanics of the modern conflict. Tailored UN models, I will not talk about it. In the UN reform, perhaps Kamal Malhotra will talk. This has been talked about longer time, that you have tailored agile models. A lot of time we do it, a lot of time we don't. Deconfliction mandates. A lot of discussion takes place in the mandate. Unless you have a long visionary mandate, which is comprehensive, which is far-looking, and which is looking at some way of the root causes, you're going to fail. So I personally get very scared when I hear these words: sequenced mandates, evidence mandates, new mandates, civilian mandate, that mandate. There's nothing. You're in a conflict zone, and that is in conflict. And if you want to resolve that conflict, all people have to be thinking alike and thinking in long term. That's how the resources management will get occupied. Otherwise, you'll chip chop every month, 1 month, or nothing more than this and a sequence mandate. Whoever brought it there, they didn't agree with me. How can you segment a particular conflict on a yearly basis and say this segment is there, this segment is there? Most dangerous. All the three pillars, the security, the political, and the humanitarian, have to work together. And together in a continuum where the rhythm can change, the lead agency can change, but the mandate cannot change. Let me come to the next one, the mission format. Eco-friendly footprint, most important, I've written about it. These words are very authentic and very critical. I will not amplify them. Safe and secure environment. Ever since warfare began, the warfare is fought on two things: a pivot and a maneuver. Whether it was Hannibal, whether it was Ranjit Singh, whether it is presently now, when you go deploy into that area, you again have to get the framework of pivots and maneuver correct. Sadly, with the safe and security becoming an incident and technology enslavement, I call it, there is an inertia for people to sit around in their bases and fortressing themselves. I've had cases in Darfur where people were not patrolling outside and people were coming within their bases and firing on them. And I said, why is it happening? And they had these huge computers to show them that they have UAVs, they have this. It's no use. That guy's going to come and hit you. You've got to move around yourself. Technology is only in support. Let me guard you. Technology, do not get enslaved. You're heading for disaster. whether it's cyber, whether it's elsewhere, everything, because in tomorrow's peacekeeping, I can tell you, you'll have a blackout. There'll be climate, there'll be floods. You have seen it all over here also in the climate things. Everything will go for a 6. And unless you have your boots on the ground, in between of the pillar you have, there's an issue. Lastly, information management, authentic narrative. All wars are now being fought in the peacekeeping, in the information management. So is peacekeeping. DRC failed. I say failed because we on this seminar also we had to carry out proper information management, and they were delightfully unaware that there was a counter narrative of the UN being the villains in that area. And by the time they realized, it was too late. The UN houses were being burnt, burned. So you have to have very qualified people handling your information mission. Let's go and come to the last one, and that is about transformative leadership. It's all about leadership, I can tell you that. Same mission, I've seen a force commander like this, like this. I've had an SRSG like this, like this. I've had the DPO like that. I've had the humanitarian like that. Same mission. In fact, the conflict has increased. That chap has done better, he or she. So please remember, it's all leaders who are there. And this is one area we should actually pay a lot of attention. Let me come to the last portion, which I tell you, and draw 2 minutes on that. I'm very happy to be part of this global initiative. And this is the slide of the UN General Assembly in January this year, 28 January. I'm just flashing before you what I addressed at the UN General Assembly is on the use of force, which is ICRC driven. It's available on the internet. It's available here. So I'm not going to get into each point. We are getting too much structured, too much theoretical, and too much linear in our approach. With the result, you are overtaken by events. You have to think about tomorrow, not today. It's not your job to think about today. Those are technical matters that are. Good leadership should always be 10 and looking ahead. And this is there at the URC. And finally, I leave you with this thought, which I always say, perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. Finally, you have to be optimistic. And a very interesting case of an American general who was later on the Sudan special envoy. And he told me, he said, General, I don't believe in all this. I'm a realist. And I said, you're the most dangerous person I can come across. Because a person who's pessimist can be motivated to become an optimist. But a person who's a realist is actually conditioned himself or herself to that reality. You can do nothing with that person. So don't be a realistic, please be a pessimist. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
where I myself told my troops to be mentally ready that this could be it. ये हमारा end है, या हो सकता है. Be ready. So I left personal messages to my fiance. I left personal messages to my parents. That was one very emotional part that I think till the day I die, I will remember that day. But you are facing death. You know you are going to die, and time is against you. But you are still prepared to die and face it. So we left nothing undone. तिहारी ऐसे थी कि मैंने कहा मरेंगे ना तो इन्हें मारते मरेंगे और इन्हें टूर फॉर लैम बोलो एक टैंक आगे चला गया आईओएम बिल्डिंग के पास और फायर हुआ है एक टैंक आगे बढ़ा दिया है आएंगे या वापस? हाँ ऐसे गोली लगी है, ऐसे गोली लगी है। इसे अंदर बुलाओ। मर गया, मार दी। I'm audible. Jan, ladies and gentlemen. This is just a basic glimpse of what I've shown. Things were much worse near uh, the Malakal airport and the teaching hospital, the church and the masjid. There were decapitated bodies without heads. Heads were planted on midway on poles as a sign of warning not to enter these areas. So, I'll just come down to the point. I'll be very cryptic. I'll leave the house open for questions. I'll not go much into depth here, but the challenges that a leader on ground faces uh, are real and present danger. The first problem that arose was IFF, identification of friend or foe. So the people with whom we've been negotiating and the government in power, we take them as our friends. When there is a rebel attack which is coming up in the offing and the intelligence inputs keep coming in from joint operations command center, we try to open up negotiation channels and communication channels with the rebel leaders. Then the problem is basically the disapproval of both the warring factions, and in between is the United Nations. So the visuals that you just saw was that initially we saw the rebels charge at the government forces, but we failed to anticipate that the government forces would actually vacate the city within 72 hours and leave with baggage, arsenal, resources, and we were left to fend by ourselves. There were situations when we tried to negotiate with the rebel leaders for going into deep into the city of Malakal for patrolling, where they outrightly said that after 5 o'clock it is wine time. And the problem is that they use child soldiers at night because they do not want it to come out in the open for human right violations. So the rebels use child soldiers for patrolling and giving night duties so that they themselves can have liquor or substance to relax themselves after the whole day's fighting. So this is what we observed. Then the second is political asylums. So the governor of Manakal, when he realized that yes, the rebels are coming in to kill him, he came and took refuge in our COB, in a UN log base. So he was there, and along with him came 400 South Sudanese SPLA, South Sudanese People's Liberation Army. So the camp got surrounded by these rebels. So ultimately, wherever the UN camps are, they become a sense of security and safety for all, be it the rebels or the government forces. Because we had government forces come into our UN camp in majority. So after 4 days passed away, we realized we had more of the government forces surrendering their weapons and coming into our logistics base. And ultimately, the logistic base became the target for the rebels. So it was a 15,000 people populated target for the rebels who were the Nuers. And majority of those who came to take refuge were the Dinkas. And in fact, the, the small quantity of Nuers who were present in the camp became target of the Dinkas. So we had to fight two battles. One was to maintain law and order within the camp, where our resources were overstretched, and we had to carry out patrols and operational duties outside the UN logistic base, which was again a very severe challenge to us. Proceeding, the internal camp peacekeeping became a more difficult challenge. We faced more casualties in terms of non-fatal injuries within the camp rather than outside the camp. And the civilians comprised of businessmen who were rich, poor, good, bad, and ugly. And they were criminals, there were murderers, there were rapists, there were all type of people. So basically, a whole city came into the UN logistics space. So there was a contingent called HMEC, that is Horizontal Mechanical Engineering Company. And overnight we had to lay concertina wires, demark a certain big area, and then accommodate the refugees. And till the time we couldn't do that, our toilets were overcrowded. They got clogged. Our water finished. And initially, as a young officer, we are more inclined about what is going to happen from outside. And we lost view of the fact that after 24 hours, the young children and the mothers were actually fighting for water. And it was not the threat of bullets coming in from the rebels. It was the threat of small children dying from thirst and water. And immediately we had to disperse our own rations to the crowd. As a result, there was shortage of food. And once the fighting started, there were RPGs which were being fired at helicopters which were trying to come into our UN log base. As a result, there was no air movement. Uh, we tried to get in food from World Food Program through River Nile. Again, there were ambushes set up by the rebels. So the barges were damaged. So, and then the third aspect was a mandatory employment of local population within the UN camps. So this was a tribal war. So we had the Noors who were stationed in the security force of the civilian population staff with the UNPOL. And as a result, it was these guards who were Noors who did not let the Dinkas enter until and unless there was a situation where I had to break the rules. I had to point the gun at them after loading my weapon, and I had to literally force open the door uh, by being in dispute with the newer civil staff. Otherwise, 250 Dinkas would have been massacred right in front of the UN log base gate. There was disciplinary action taken against me initially, but later on it was done with and my actions were appreciated. So as junior leaders, the dilemma is, what is your conscious call? Is it to save life or is it to go by the rules? And there are multiple pressures. There was an incident where 40 Noors were coming with machetes towards my Ghatak. I gave 3 radio calls to my 2IC. That's a may I have permission to fire. I have around approximately 50 rebels who are moving in towards us, and they were unarmed. They had machetes. We had rifles. And they had they know the rules of engagement, the rebels. And they were doing this. They were demarking their chest as targets by doing the circular motion and telling us to shoot in the chest, which we could not. So the first call was at 80 meters, second call was at 50 meters. The third call was at approximately, you could say 25 to 20 meters. And I did not get a response and I had to open fire within the camp. And I ended up firing at the legs. And uh, once that step was taken, only then they got back. So they, over the years, the rebels have been accustomed to the risks
and they will push the peacekeepers to the last brink, last moment, last edge to see what your actions are. It would have been very easy for me to have taken a headshot, but no, we did not. We complied with the rules of engagement. We shot at the legs, we contained them, but the threat was real. Then following this, the main issues what come in are evacuations. The challenge for the medical staff are the blunt trauma injuries. One of the things which the doctors were not prepared were the deliveries of the ladies. Everyone was trained for blunt trauma injuries, but nobody knew how to deliver the kids. They had to literally open the books, read, and then do the deliveries for the ladies in the camp. There were a lot of cases where internal stabbings took place at night. It was very dangerous to move within the camp alone because both the sides had different tribes, and in case there were cases where Dinkas were moving within the camp, they were stabbed in the right side, and there was nobody with the wink of an eye. It was isolated. So internal risks were more. Outside, we had the Ugandan special forces come in and deploy to help the SPLA. They were massacred because they only knew route in. There was no exfiltration plan, or exit routes were not known to them. And eventually we had the Ugandan special forces soldiers turn up at our camp undercover without any clothes, and they were hungry, and they for 3 days were submerged themselves in the river Nile. And like how trench foot is, their skin became very different while they were in water for 3 days consecutively, with the danger of crocodiles and hippos there, and the wildlife there, and the scavenging of bodies. So communication became a challenge. uh, uh, then there were evacuation of few TOBs due to paucity of time. I mean, why TOB? TOB is basically so that we can move in quickly, we can deploy quickly in the areas where there is a problem. So as a result, uh, we had issues in terms of mobilizing of our weapons and equipment. So in the Kobo incident, they took over and overpowered the TOB. And I would rather request that I would rather answer the questions from the audience than narrate the issue. And so disabling of the infantry combat vehicles, disabling of the heavy caliber weapons by removing their firing pins was our last alternative. We could not have carried all this in the helicopter because of the load issues. And as a result, the interdistances of the TOB. The TOB of Akobo was 270 kilometers from Malakal and 527 kilometers from Akobo. So there was no way that a helicopter would have reached us in one go without refueling. So the rescue operations were planned, and the way of communications, I would be glad to discuss with you after my talk. And so this is what I would like to bring to the units which are heading towards South Sudan, that have a proper evacuation plan, have a proper communication system, which was missing at that point of time, have the best medical team possible, and avoid firing at the very first instance. It is only negotiations, negotiations, and negotiations which are going to get you out. Despite we having 2 fatalities and 1 non-fatal injury, it was ultimately the negotiation that kept 41 of our troops alive rather than 41 coffins coming back home. So it's very easy to open fire at a wink of an eye. A junior leader can do that, but a bigger challenge is how to control and restrain yourself and give priority to negotiations so that you get the refugees and your men back alive. And the best example is from the video in which you saw at the fence that one of the soldier is making the video of that certain rebel who's firing at one of our own troops. But the reason was that he did not engage him because he was not being engaged by that rebel. So he thought it wise to document it rather than strike at that rebel. So that is one of the best examples that I could have given for restraint as per UN mandate. And thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Major Toor. It's a typical study of empowered leadership on the ground. Things are not going to be in gray, etc. But I must caution you that we are here to raise the level to strategic level and generic in nature. Major Toor is here, I'm here, Bardala is here. Those of us in the question answer or UN reforms have specific question related to them. Please make use of him. He's here. Especially, I would be happy if South Sudan people take use of it. But in the question answer session, I expect you to raise the level about tactical and general dilemmas which may come out rather than this issue specific. But it's a very good example of a subunit commander operating in blurred environment, taking a decision. Indecision is no decision. And in warfare, always it'll be the person who takes a decision. Finally, in the long run, you'll be there. So well done, too. And we look forward to further questions and all. I will now hand over to Mr. Kamal Malhotra. Incidentally, I must tell you, Mr. Kamal Malhotra is second generation officer. He's son of General Smokey Malhotra, and those of us who know, a very outstanding guardsman. And he's been doing thereafter, as a child, he was there as a peacekeeper when his battalion was, when his father was commanding the battalion in Gaza. And thereafter, he's gone on to the development side. He's been resident coordinator, etc. He's been working and writing a lot of articles. Only thing, Mr. Malhotra, I'll request you to stick to the time and only stick to the highlights, and we can then give you a question. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, General, for that introduction. I've been asked to talk about critical areas for the future of UN peacekeeping. And as a former head of the UN in a number of countries and representative of the Secretary General, I've been fortunate to support countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, etc., with their peacekeeping operations. But let me start by saying that at a very practical level, in terms of its continuing contributions at a more practical level and on a day-to-day basis, the world and its people should not forget what the women and men of the United Nations do every day. The last speaker gave very vivid illustration of that in the context of South Sudan. But even if we only limit ourselves to peacekeeping and humanitarian interventions, in 2024, the UN was protecting and assisting 123.2 million refugees and other forcibly displaced people who had to flee their homes daily. The UN's World Food Programme, the WFP, provided food assistance to 153 million people in over 120 countries in 2023, while 76,671 men and women in uniform were providing UN peacekeeping duties in May of 2023. These are just a few examples. We've already been told about the unprecedented global challenges, and as USG Lacroix and Air Marshal Dixit reminded us, there are 61 active conflicts. There's been a trebling of conflicts since 2008, whether the number is 61 or 132, as mentioned by ICRC. I think we might be talking about both interstate and intrastate conflicts. One is a number for interstate, the other is for all. These are the highest since World War II, since the founding of the United Nations 80 years ago. The world cannot even begin to hope to deal with these multiple and often interlinked crises without a reaffirmed, albeit renewed, transformed, and revitalized peace and security pillar at the United Nations for the 21st century. Turning now to trying to turn crisis into transformative opportunity and just focusing on the peacekeeping and peace building areas, I would say that the peace and security pillar takes up the largest share of the UN's assessed core budget. But for far too long, the work has been split across mandates, offices, and missions, often also disconnected from the rest of the UN system. 4 illegal invasions in recent years, Iraq, Ukraine, Gaza, and Iran, also illustrate that the UN's peace and security and nuclear non-proliferation architecture have stopped functioning as they should. They were and they continue to be both undermined and bypassed in Ukraine by Russia and in Gaza and Lebanon by Israel with US support. The UN Charter and the international rule of law have been abused not only by the P5 members of the UN Security Council, such as the United States in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Iran, but also by Russia in Crimea in 2014, which I saw firsthand when I was the head of the UN in Turkey, and also all of Ukraine since 2022, and I would add in Syria, which I saw at close hand when I was in Turkey. But by smaller countries, Israel in particular, through its armed and military backed by bigger powers, including the United States, Germany, and the United Kingdom. To reinvigorate and integrate the peace and security architecture, what we have to do is to look at much greater coherence between the UN's Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, its Department of Peace Operations, the Office of Counterterrorism, the Office of Disarmament Affairs, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, and the UN Peacebuilding Commission. The UN Secretary General's UN 80 report says that the new agenda for peace, which will anchor this pillar, will emphasize prevention, peace building, and political solutions, also anchoring disarmament and counterterrorism more firmly within one coherent peace and security pillar. It will also join forces with development, humanitarian, and human rights action when and where it matters most. This will require a substantial reorganization of the Department of Political and Peacebuilding and Political Affairs and the Department of Peace Operations, building on the 2017 reforms through the development of expertise and centers of excellence, notably through the establishment of a unified UN Peacebuilding and Peace Support Office. And within this, 7 critical reforms have been proposed for UN peacekeeping in the Secretary General's UN 80 reports, and I will go through these 7 now before I conclude. One of the most important is mandate management. The critical issues here are fragmented peacekeeping mandates and weak coordination. The main proposed reforms to address this are the creation of a unified mandate, registry, and strengthening review and accountability. The second is institutional fragmentation. The most critical issue is the overlap between DPO, DPPA, and UN missions in the field. The main proposed reform is to merge all core peace and security capacities under a unified structure, a one UN approach. The third is operational efficiency. The most critical issue in this area is the multiple layers of management and separate missions. The main proposed reforms are to consolidate leadership and merge overlapping regional offices. Fourth, civilian mandates. The most critical issue identified is the overloading of field missions and the duplication of functions. The main proposed reform is to delegate civilian mandates to UN specialized agencies which have been created for those purposes. The fifth is the area of gender and peace building. The most critical issue identified is the fragmented women, peace, and security architecture. The proposed reform is to create one joint center of excellence, including DPPA, DPO, and UN Women. The sixth area is technology and foresight. The most critical issues identified are limited innovation and data use in conflict prevention. The proposed reform is to integrate artificial intelligence, data analytics, and anticipatory tools. And the seventh area last but not least is the area of budget and accountability, where the most critical issues identified are high costs and slow delivery. The proposed reforms are to streamline peace operations and to ensure transparent programmatic reporting. The point I want to make with these is that what needs to be done is there. It's been stated there are many reports, many proposals over a long period of time. What is lacking, as has already been indicated, is the political will to make this happen, and the budget that then supports a renewed, transformed United Nations for the 21st century. The world has no other option. If you didn't have a United Nations, you would have to reinvent it. And it is far from clear that a United Nations or any other body created in the illiberal world that we currently confront would be better than what was conceived and which was encapsulated in the UN Charter 80 years ago. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Kamal. I have been dealing with the UN reforms ever since with various think tanks. And I want to tell you that I have never heard a more concise, authentic, and cryptic definition of the reform and this trajectory than what I've heard. Normally, I get into seminars, people waffle, gay all over, it's turf war. It's a dirty business, I can tell you, UN reform today. It's become a very, very dirty word between the TCCs and elsewhere, things like that. Budget cuts, whole lot of things. It's a dirty game. After all, who wants to cut everywhere? And in his case, all the issues he has served is very well. Well, you've heard now all sides of the story. You've heard Bardalai telling you about the paralysis in the Security Council, multilateralism, and what should actually be happening. Then you heard me on the effective peacekeeping as to what actually it is. You heard Tur, absolutely a very, very ground. It's always good to hear a story on the ground. There are enough stories floating around, but it's always called the horse's mouth. Of course, we don't have that time for it. I'm sure the UNPK will call him and to South Sudan, elsewhere, and make him talk. These are the stories which people must hear. Because you are, a lot of us are now, you land up to UN repository, you will find 30, 40 case studies. They mean nothing. They've been all orchestrated, they've been coined because they've been put by somebody else, and over the period of time they get filtered, they get changed, they get motivated to personal context. So people like him are there, and finally Mr. Malhotra was there. I'm afraid all of us have behaved reasonably well. So in the question answer session, General Goswami, you are going to be the marshal? Me? Can't be. Cannot be. I'd like to, okay, we'll take on. So we have now how many minutes, sir? 20? Okay, 15, 20 minutes. We shall have question answer session. Then we will take a set of 1 or 2 questions and then I'll delegate it down to people here. Please be cryptic. You've heard people here. You've heard various narratives or things. If you can be more cryptic to a particular thing, or you want to do value addition to a particular thing, we'll be very happy. And always give a chance to the rear benches and the people in the field. That does not debar people from here at all doing that. But the whole idea is that when we start in the pecking order, especially in the military forum, by the time the turn comes of the backbench, not the backbenches, the front benches. Front benches are there, by the way, not here, etc. So the time comes out. Okay. So who likes to be first on the chopping block? Yes, we have. Please introduce yourself. We have a gentleman, a soldier there. You will introduce yourself. What's your name? Which organization do you belong? And what specific question do you have? Yes, please. Yes, sir.
Sir, I am Captain Akhil from 9 Mahar Infantry Battalion Group. Sir, my question is towards Major Tur. Sir, presently in India, sir, for operational in collection, we use human int and electronic int for collection of information for assessing the rising conflicts and tension among the Indian civilians. So But now we will be nominated for a mission in which the rules and terms of engagement are highly complex and different. So, sir, my question is, what are the tactical and technical aspects which you would assess the rising tension among the displaced people and the contended areas, sir? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question 2. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, sir. I can't make out from here. My bloody eyes are going away. Yes. Today the dresses are also so, friendly. Yeah, please go ahead. No, we can't hear you, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Right, thank you. My question is to Sir Bardalai. Sir, in your talk, you talked about the use of external forces when it comes to external forces or external powers when it comes to making a peace deal successful. But sir, my simple question is that often the forces that are mediating these peace deals or like helping with the aid when these peace deals are coming around are usually regional powers with much more political and even economic influence. For example, if we talk regionally, it could be Qatar or globally speaking USA. And then they have a lot more say and a lot more influence. So, sir, my simple question would be, wouldn't this sometimes be actually counterproductive to the aims of fulfilling the peace agreements, since it's kind of a sort of a forced thing that can be imposed upon to the countries that are at crisis? Thank you.
Thank you. Question 3. Yes, sir. We will now take on the civilian person in the civil, yes, and then we'll come to you in the pecking order, okay? After that, rise on your own. Don't even raise your hand, okay? You're already clicked onto the screen. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, all of you, for such a wonderful discussion. My name is Professor Dr. 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚𝐧𝐜 Trivedi. I'm a journalist and academic. Sir, my question is to two of you on the left side. You very rightly said, and whole world agrees, that UN is failing somewhere. And most recently during Iraq war, when Hans Blix went to Iraq to inspect the weapons of mass destruction and gave a negative report. Even then, despite UN's very big report, George W. Bush went for a war. Similarly, it's happening nowadays in conflict zones. Why United Nations is failing, and what Dr. Kamal Malhotra said, the 4 or 5 point suggestions, how to implement and restructure, because our Prime Minister Narendra Modi also agrees that United Nations is failing. How to restructure it?
Yeah, we take question 4 from the officer who got up earlier. Yeah, please introduce yourself. Are you also from 9 Mahar?
Yes, sir.
Very smart and handsome fellow. Yeah, give what shoot.
Thank you, sir. Morning, sir. Sir, I am Major Sachin. I am part of the INBET team that will be deployed in South Sudan in the coming few months, sir.
Happy days.
Sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, I would like to ask two questions to Major Sama, sir. Sir, you mentioned in the end that it's all about negotiations that will pave the way for you, sir. So my first question is, sir, I just want to know how you and your subunit, sir, made contacts and relations with the local leaders that were there, sir. And second question, sir, I would like to know, like in the coming few months, sir, general elections will take place in South Sudan, sir. So what will those have implications on our deployment in South Sudan? Thank you.
Oh, that is getting into a seminar by itself. So we will stick to that. I suggest you chaps have a separate session. Those people who are going to South Sudan, but there's a danger of thing going to South Sudan, and people on the ground stories always do that. But I will start with Major Tur. So Tur, you have exactly two minutes on both. Like you have drawn your lessons very clearly, especially on the mediation and all that. In I don't know whether the term is used in our term, it was called Ustadi Nukte. Do you still use it? Huh? Oh, you chaps have got more modernized. हमारे time Hindi होती थी ना वो, तो वो उस्ताद था, हवलदार instructor used to kick us also, and he used to tell us a thing they will call Ustadi Nukte. Those were the crunch points, which we said. So I'm sure you haven't heard this term, but good to hear it from old soldiers, and people in the front seats are laughing at it. Ustadi Nukte. So you please give some Ustadi Nukte to them. crisp and clean. You have total 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
And then we'll get on to the other ones.
To the first question in which you had asked, as far as addressing the tactical and intelligence gathering for operations, I think it is best that you have every alternate day a political update within the ops room for those officers who are involved in constant patrolling. So situational awareness is very critical. In case if an officer is not aware of the situational awareness politically and he's going out into the city for everyday patrolling, he will be the only one who will be left out without knowing the implications and the dangers that happen. So as another officer just pointed out that, elections are coming up. So this is a very fragile moment in every country, especially which is conflict ridden, because here see, there are wars in terms of not religion but tribes. So the equating a tribal war is very complex because you have a Christian and a Muslim belonging to the same tribe eating from the same plate. But when it comes to war, they are fighting it against another tribe altogether. So it is very difficult to actually know the mindset of different tribes. That will only happen if you are interacting with them on a daily basis. And see, what are they dependent upon for UN? They are dependent upon MSF. I certainly feel as a military contingent that MSF has been the pioneer element of connect and bridge amongst whatever has happened or unfolded in South Sudan. End of the day, the tribes know the doctors' names of MSF verbatim. They memorize it compared to the officers who usually keep changing. So another tactical thing that you must follow is try to retain one officer on a permanent basis for visits to a certain tribe. Do not try to change officers frequently because that disconnect will remain. You will not be able to connect with them. So try to keep at least 2 to 3 officers where you can accommodate leave or R&R for that officer, whereas 2 officers on constant basis are in touch with the tribe. In case there are problems, they will only open up once they trust you and they build some faith. And that is not going to happen till you keep changing officers frequently. So please follow that. Liaison is criticality. Negotiations will only reap dividends if your liaison is good. You do not expect to negotiate by sending a fresh officer during a conflict and you expect them to listen to him and his negotiations in the very first go. The reason, see, there were 41 troops. It was very easy. I mean, I was a lieutenant when I went to South Sudan. I was then promoted as a captain there. And they asked me, the officers asked me, Samar, what would you have done had you been in the Akobo camp? And as a young officer and young blood, I said, sir, I would have opened fire. I had the 20 mm BMP with me. I had the RL with me. I had heavy caliber weapons. I would have opened up. But then the consequences is you do not have permanent protection. Your nearest backup is 500 kilometers away. And how are they going to approach you? Through a helicopter, which is easiest to shoot down, even with the small arms, with the capacity of the mob that is there. You don't need a RPG also. You just need machine gun. Just 20 machine guns will do the job of getting a helicopter down. So the situation is very fragile. The only thing is good repo, good understanding, catering to the medical problems, catering to the veterinary problems, because the tribes are heavily dependent upon cattle. So here in peacetime, we do not give much relevance to RVC, but trust me, it is the RVC, it is the AMC, which are going to be the anchors of laying grounds of negotiation with the tribes and the tribal heads. So keep that in mind. Do not argue when the negotiating team is, aggressive. You are supposed to be exactly the opposite. This is the art of negotiation. That once, if there is an argument which is initiated from the other end, your job is to listen, to lend a patient ear, keep listening till they exhaust their anger. And then you start with politeness. Avoid aggressiveness. It takes just a second to be aggressive and things go down the drain. So don't do that. And always remember, we are the aliens in that country. It is their land, their country, their war. We are there as peacekeepers. I mean, we had Navy SEALs come in during the conflict, and I asked them that why isn't the US not involved in peacekeeping? So they said they are there for peace enforcement. The training, the model that the G5 countries follow is peace enforcement and not peacekeeping. They have different set of rules of engagement. So stick to your rules of engagement, give negotiations and building relations as your prime objective. uh, Pay heed to every information that comes in from JOC, that is Joint Operations Command Center. Whatever they give you the feedback, compile it, look into it on everyday basis. Do not overlook it, especially before election time and at the culmination of election time, because these are the times where things will go bad. There will be notorious element which will get active. Rest we will discuss after this session is over, post lunch.
Thank you. There is a session on mediation and negotiation tomorrow. Okay. And I'm discussing 3 case studies of South Sudan. Please listen to it that time at the political level. One is the Boer mutiny, thereafter the Misrias in Avail, and then how we got ICC indicted flow there. The trouble with us is we don't read. Whatever questions you are asking are all available, but you people don't read. Nobody reads. So we ask questions yet. There is a plethora on South Sudan's Indian Army here. I can tell you now, those of you going to South Sudan, please read The Birth of South Sudan, which is in the USI book written by me 3 years back. I've written 5 articles on Malakal called The Battle of Malakal, which I'm sure Major Toor has also not read, where actually we intervened and 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚𝐧𝐜 got it out absolutely.
The biopic is coming next year.
They got a battle on that by 𝐀𝐝𝐶𝐚𝐧𝐜. Okay. Number 2, no, that is Malakal later. I'm saying the actual battle of Malakal, where tanks were used, where air were used. This is a very localized Akobo action. In Malakal, actually the tanks, they took over the airfield. Absolutely, 𝐀𝐝𝐶𝐚𝐧𝐜 did a very good job. The trouble is we people don't read. We listen to stories, we want to hear, and we want to have shortcuts, things like that. For God's sake, those people there, you do not understand modern conflicts. You will hear this story, that story, that story, and you'll join the dots. You please understand, go and read, go and look why the war took place. Why were the news? What are the Murles fighting for? What is that tribe? What is that? And he says, take use of people there. There are people who have been there. If your people are changing, the NGOs are there, the ICRC there, humanitarian communities there. Go and talk to them. Listen to them. What is it? Before you start reinventing your read. But listen to it tomorrow and do that. We will beat on to the final question, which is in the UN reforms. Before we come to Chal Bardalai, Kamal, big question. Why is the UN being a mute spectator right down the line, various interventions that take place? Why as a body it is sidelined? Over.
Well, the question of UN reform goes way beyond this panel. I'm happy to discuss it, and I've just published something that just came out in the India International Center Journal on that bigger issue of transforming the UN for the 21st century. But I'll say that there are many different aspects that are needed. In terms of the Security Council, which is what most people focus on, that is just one part of a much broader picture. And in fact, in terms of paralysis, there are large parts of the UN that are not paralyzed. I stated data on a daily basis what the UN is doing. People often forget that. or take it for granted. So when we look at UN reform, we've got to both acknowledge what the UN is still doing, but also what needs to be transformed. And ultimately, unless you transform the thinking of UN member states, you are not going to transform the UN. It is an intergovernmental organization. It is not some organization above the member states. So you've got to move member states, particularly the most powerful ones, but also those in the BRICS and others, to be much less illiberal than they are today. And I say this, and I don't distinguish between most of the BRICS. I was involved in helping the BRICS set up, so I know the history of that. But today, most of the BRICS are as illiberal as many of the Western states that were involved in setting up the United Nations. So we need a transformation of the thinking of the member states, including the one we are in, India. Okay, this is not just something you can throw at the United States. Obviously, you can throw it at the United States and all of Europe. It is equally something that has to be dealt with by India in terms of how it interacts with the UN. At a broader level, you need what I call a one UN. Whether it is, there are three main pillars of the UN. There's the development pillar, there's the human rights pillar, and there's the peace and security pillar. In all three of them, you need a joined up one UN. And in my paper, I've elaborated on how that can be done. So you need a one UN. You need a stronger role for the UN General Assembly in relationship to the Security Council. To some extent, that is already happening. One of the speakers mentioned the Uniting for Peace resolution that was agreed in 1950 at the time of the Korean War. That has been used increasingly in the UN General Assembly. It was used against Russia when it invaded Ukraine to expel Russia from the UN Human Rights Council for its violation of the UN Charter and humanitarian and human rights principles. You have the veto initiative of Liechtenstein, which was approved in 2022, which now forces the UN Security Council to automatically inform the UN General Assembly every time a veto is passed by any member state in the Security Council. So it is at least debated at the General Assembly, even if General Assembly resolutions are non-binding. So there are many elements to this, and I obviously can't go through it in this session, but I'm happy to share with you the publication that's just come out and to have a separate conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Please meet the people in the TBA or elsewhere and all on specific subjects, which are very, very specific, may relate to somebody or not the other, where we're eating into somebody's time. I'll request General Bardalai to answer the question which was asked. And if depending on the time, we can have another string of questions. Not, we can, 5 minutes, he says. Okay. So we will perhaps, if General Bardalai is very sweet enough of us, like a steam engine, we may squeeze in one or two questions more. Bardalai?
Yes, short answer. You made the statement of counterproductive. Yes, the answer to this is what General Leader has said, rooted in the history. Counterproductive, not because the UN Charter goes back centuries back. Even when the League was formed, the Western powers decided to share the booty of the defeated Germany. Money, they want to be powerful. And when the Charter was formed, I give credit to the visionary leadership of Roosevelt and Churchill. Okay, but Roosevelt was amendable. He wanted actually sovereignty, but Churchill was against it because he wanted to hold on to colonialism. Compromise meant that took place political regions. They decided to rule the world at their terms and conditions. Now, problem is that you can change it if you have reform. But question is that you cannot have the reform unless you take their okay. So you are trapped. It can be changed only by the raising the voice of the global south. Maybe one day it will happen. Hope it is what keeps us alive for the next day. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have one question, last question, the last of the secret agents. And you're the one. Absolute intellectual brilliance to wind up this question answer session, which makes us go quickly for the lunch break. Yes, lady there. Women, peace and security agenda, top of everybody. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session. And as
Please introduce yourself.
myself,
Name, domain, expertise, etc.
myself, Padma, a second-year student pursuing political science honors from Ramjas College, Delhi University. And as Major General Badalia rightly mentioned that US is this UN has been constructed on a hypocrisy, right? Because also, as understandable, because they give huge grants for the UN, and without their grants, it won't be sustained that much. But the thing is that what we are seeing in the current trajectory is like UN is being secretly, stepping back from these UN grants. Take for example, the case of WHO, and on the other hand, China. That country has, been a very 19-20, percentage of grants that is being given to the UN. So the big question is that whether China supports these UN peacekeeping forces at the current moment, or they want to give grants and bilateral trades, and they want the other country to be enslaved as it is their nature. So what is the major thing on this?
Ma'am, question vetoed before he speaks. We are not here to name countries. We are not here to name anything. If it is generic form, yes, it's a very forum. Mind you, even the Chinese are there. Incidentally, Chinese are the biggest contributors to the peacekeeping fund today. I must tell you that. Absolutely. And I train with them, even the peacekeepers on the ground. So we will not do any name calling. United Nations is the general body of everybody. And we are here for a collective wisdom and collective thoughts. But your question is well taken on the funding and things like that in general, which General Bardalai, and that'll be hopefully the last question. Goswami, don't give me dirty looks. You yourself are. Whatever. I am
correct, but I must.
Don't you give me dirty looks, General Goswami, please. Don't do that. Thank you.
I want to reword your statement. UN is not taking a step back. UN can only do as much as UN is being allowed to do by the member states. There is a kind of a kitchen cabinet within the UN organization. If the fund is not there, UN will close down. To say that UN is taking step back, now, what other countries, member states want to do it, if all countries, any country, even India has got also interest in UN. Every country has got interest. If it serves their strategic interest, I think fund will start following. I must add one more line. The leaders of the world who have been criticizing using the platform of the UN and Security Council that UN is incompetent, not a single leader decided and made a statement that my country hereafter pull out of the UN. They want UN, but they want the UN at their terms and conditions. So people in Global South also want the UN so that our voice can be heard. It's a very roundabout answer. It satisfies you. Otherwise, you can talk during lunch break.
Thank you. Please. The last question is by Lieutenant General Rajinder Singh Huda. I will give his introduction. He doesn't have to talk. He's an outstanding officer. He was an Army, the force commander. We've grown up together in various places, High Command, NDC, and he's called Tiger Rajinder Singh. So Tiger, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jasveer. First and foremost, I would like to restrict myself to the basic issues as far as the macro level scenario is concerned. Firstly, thanks a lot. I think all of you made a fabulous presentation. Let me say one thing as far as peacekeeping is concerned. UN is doing a great job. It keeps reforming. It keeps doing a lot of things. Our troop contributing countries are fabulous. I had 43 countries troops with me, and they were fabulous. Leader was our neighboring force commander. He has done a fabulous job as a force commander in Sudan. But that is not the major issue. The major issue was that UN was formed to maintain world peace. Today, its peacekeeping is being restricted to keeping peace in minor conflicts. It does not get involved in major conflicts. Ukraine, Iran, Afghanistan, you name it, wherever, and Gaza and Israel. You have today the major conflicts taking place. You have today great violations of human rights. Humanitarian law is being violated, and we are doing nothing. I think there is something radical needs to be done. UN cannot be done away with, but I think a major reform needs to be undertaken. I don't know whether our current setup of 5 permanent members will be able to do it, but I think the need of the hour is that the rest of the world body must rise up and veto these 5 veto yielding powers of the world. And unless we do this, I think the future of maintaining peace by the UN is going to be rather bleak.
Okay, we'll wind up on that. Final thoughts I want to leave with you. When we talk about UN's future, increasingly people are mentioning, and you'll hear Ambassador Mukherjee also tomorrow, at the political level, there is a need to go back to the UN Charter and the UN basic principles. Everybody's talking about it. The UN Charter is very clear. It's our thing. Any fiddling of that architecture beyond the basic principles of UN and the UN Charter will be very dangerous. As far as the peacekeeping is concerned, we need to get back to the basics. We have gone astray in peacekeeping. I can tell you, you can keep blaming the whole world. I have handled a whole lot of contingents on the ground, the individual stories and all notwithstanding. We've got to get our peacekeeping correct there. Whatever the things are you're hearing, very thing, and basic backs to the basics, etc. People are not reading. People are not going understanding the conflicts. People are going there reinventing. Do you know he's talking about individual and unit? I had 2 units here, from here also, which handed over to each other without handing over the basic things. Can you imagine? Forget about the unit continuity. Within the same contingent, a unit has handed over to another unit and has failed to go into what he says the main, which are the flaw areas. Because you can deploy there and reinvent the wheel. So please, for God's sake, let's start looking bottoms up. All of us have a tendency to blame the system on top. There are parts of the system you can only recommend. You cannot change it. For God's sake, all of us can be an engine to a change in our own ways. I'll finish there, General Goswami, on that. And thank you very much for the panelists. It's been a pleasure there. Major Tu, the ground soldier. Kamal, pleasure listening to you. Bardwai, our steam engine, my old friend. Absolutely the strong Assamese infantryman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all the panelists. I don't think the kick-starting of the forum with this session would have been more better organized as a general leader has contributed to this session. We are just seeing that how this panel has covered the strategic, operational, tactical, and winded up with the reforms, what should be done in the UN. Though this reform is an old story, I just draw your attention, the veto power was supposed to be reviewed, I think after 5 or 10 years in 1945. But after tasting the bloods, P5, I'm sure we all know, will not let it happen. But some reforms are required. A beginning is required, and beginning has to start from the home, and that is at the UN itself. Let's hope for the best in the times to come. May I now request Mr. Alfonso to come and present a token of our appreciation to the all panelists, please. Please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you all to join us for the lunch in the courtyard. And next session will be starting at 1:30. Request you to be seated at by 1:25. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We begin the next session, and after going through the nitty-gritties in the opening session and the previous session one, and covering the modern conflicts, what is happening, how it is happening, and how it is affecting. Now we begin with the second session on the international humanitarian law and humanitarian imperative for the peace and security. International humanitarian law was not born in the courtroom, but on the battlefield. From Solferino in 1859 to Geneva Convention of 1949 and beyond after that, where unwritten codes of honor guided warriors to spare the wounded and protect the vulnerables. With time, IHL has evolved into a global promise. Even in humanity's darkest hour, some lines are not to be crossed at all. But modern conflicts have moved away from the conventional war to the more complex, multidimensional, and asymmetric confrontations, and has blurred the line between the war and peace, combatant and non-combatant, and has transformed cities, communities, and even digital space into a battlefields. Civilians are today not just a collateral damage, but often deliberately targeted. Schools, hospitals, and places of worship have become battleground. These developments are endangering the humanity and testing the limits of international humanitarian law. The current situation in various regions, that is Africa, Gaza, Ukraine, reinforces the essence and relevance of international humanitarian law in preserving our common humanity. Modern conflicts blend the conventional forces, insurgencies, and criminal network that defies the easy categorization. This creates a legal gray area as existing IHL framework were designed primarily for the conventional interstate wars and have struggled to adapt to these new realities. Emergence of autonomous weapon systems that can kill without any feeling, fear, fatigue, or hesitation has further augmented the risk of catastrophic damage. So we will see how IHL and the humanitarian imperatives cope with these challenges. These issues will be focus our discussion in this session. This session will be chaired by Dr. 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚𝐧𝐜, Regional Legal Advisor for South Asia, ICRC, New Delhi. He joined the ICRC in 2019 as a Regional Legal Coordinator covering Eastern Europe and Asia, and worked in the Russia-Ukraine conflict also. Since 2024, he is at New Delhi. Prior to joining ICRC, he was teaching IHL and IT law in universities of Eastern Europe and Central Asia for 25 years. He was also on the board of director of International Society of Military Law and the Law of War Prisoners, and he has authored 7 books. Besides moderating, he will also share his views on the IHL as a political priorities. Other panelists, Major General Dr. Pawan Anand, Director, USI Center for Atmanirbhar Bharat Initiative, an Indian Army veteran, Senior Directing Staff of NDC, PhD in Indianization, India's defense industry, and has expertise in the geopolitics, AI, and cybersecurity. He will be discussing the modern technologies in warfare and humanitarian implications. And finally, Ms. Gunjan Chawla, Legal Advisor, ICRC Regional Delegation. In past, she has worked at the International Court of Justice in Hague, and she will be focusing on applying IHL to new technologies of warfare. So over to Dr. Anand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. I hope the lunch was good, so you all have good mood and ready for some pieces of humanity today in this afternoon session. I have a real privilege today to moderate the session, the panel where we have outstanding speakers and outstanding presenters. But I still feel like Well, a significant challenge before me, because what I will have to bridge somehow the topics dedicated to modern technologies and modern warfare from one side, and IHL as a political priority from another side, which you might consider a little bit challenging, or at least I do. But I will do my best, and I really hope that the discussion that will be sparked by the presenters will allow me to do that, thanks to your questions and you being active during the session. So the problematic aspect here is that while we keep discussing use ad bellum, while we keep discussing the UN Charter, while we keep discussing the peace and stability and security which we trust or do not trust the current systems, the problematic aspect of all this is that people still keep fighting, and that was really visible from the previous session. People keep fighting, whether this is as a legitimate use of force by the UN peacekeepers or illegitimate use of force in violation of the UN Charter. But the force is used. And then the next question that we all need to answer, whether there are rules for this deadly power to be used. And we know, all of us, we definitely know that there are rules. The problem here is whether we believe that these rules are respected. And I can say that, and I hope you are not realists, but you are pessimists in this way, then at the minimum, that even if you believe that the rules are not respected, we will be able to demonstrate that there are real signs of hope in this world. And I will be pleasure from my side to demonstrate some of the approaches that the ICRC takes. And thanks to the colleagues, we will see how the development of the technologies, how the development of modern warfare, but not only, let's look beyond that, changes the peace, the shape of the peace and security in the world. And this is my pleasure, without due, to give the floor to Major General, Dr. Professor, Head of the Center, Pawan Anand. With pleasure, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Andre. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be in the company of senior people whom I looked upon as icons on the subject as well. General Bardalai, both of us served together, sir, but you've been in some very interesting missions. General Rakesh Sharma was here, General Litter, and I'll try and keep my comments as short and cryptic as possible so that I don't earn your ire. Kamal Malhotra. What I'm going to just throw a little context into today is about modern technologies in warfare and the humanitarian implications. There's nothing that we really don't know about in this knowledgeable audience, but to put it in a relatable context, I think that is more of my task, and put it in some sort of a manner which I can then hand over to Gunjan to bring in a much more detailed legal aspect of IHL into it. So the modern conflict environment has been reshaped by a very direct infusion of highly potent technologies in the last 2 or 3 decades. We have artificial intelligence and data fusion, autonomous systems in terms of drones and swarms, cyber operations, electronic and electromagnetic warfare, space, counter space, hypersonics, precision missiles, advanced sensing with ISR, directed energy and counter UAS weapon systems, information operations which have been really made potent with deepfakes and misinformation techniques, and enabling technologies like quantum, biotechnology, additive manufacturing. I think we could just go on. The basics of all of these today are now almost in the realm of general knowledge for professionals like us. But what I would like to bring out is that even as the nature of war remains constant, how do these changes in these technologies impact the character of conflict from time to time? And how does it evolve? These technologies have created a battlefield environment that is much faster, more distributed or dispersed, and definitely more ambiguous. So if we spoke about the fog of war earlier,
that has been much exacerbated with potent capabilities. And much of this capability now emerges from dual use systems. So the complexity, the pace and potency with which destruction can be wreaked upon an adversary is increased geometrically. Now, when I juxtapose this against the UN's goal of maintaining peace and security by providing a record of peace processes which include separating combatants from civilians in a gray zone arena, as was brought out by General Goswami, implementing peace agreements, supporting and strengthening the rule of law and security institutions, then we have a genuine problem on our hands to solve on a regular basis. Allow me to break it down a little further in some technologies. And then I'll take a quick look at the benefits and the challenges that they pose to us. Artificial intelligence and machine learning enabled systems have speeded up decision cycles, increased autonomous targeting and ISR, raising accuracy up to precision levels. On the other hand, it has reduced human oversight, scaled up the chances for error, and increased ambiguity, brought in a complex dynamic into the arms race wherever we see it, and left widening gaps in accountability wherever we want to fix it. This has begun to test the very frameworks of our governance to the limit. This will need to be mandated in this case, that we have human in the loop policies as far as AI and ML are concerned, or rather AI ML enabled systems are concerned, stringent testing and international evaluation norms. On a similar note, when we look at unmanned systems or lethal autonomous weapon systems like drones, loiter ammunition, swarms, we all hear about it. We know they are democratized not only now with combatants, but also with bad actors. They complicate our air defense systems and force us to change our tactics at the functional level with distributed tactical dispositions. There is a problem to differentiate between combatants and non-state actors, and it also complicates our electronic countermeasures, integrated air defense, counter-swarm doctrines, and even goes down to controls on exports and so on when it comes to dual use. In cyber operations, which are clubbed usually with, and very potently with critical information infrastructure, we can paralyze logistic systems. We can poison supply chains, as was seen by the pager attacks by the Israelis on the Hezbollah, or intensify hybrid tactics, as was adopted by the Ukrainians in Operation Spiderweb across Russia. The problem is in attributing responsibility and debatably whether targeting civilians is a normative strategy or not. Electronic warfare, spectrum control, space and counter space capabilities are new areas of contestation even in this field. While missiles are precision guided, including hypersonics, the costs have gone up. Yet with direct energy weapons and counter UAS systems based on microwaves, the environment has become very fast paced and the costs have begun to come down dramatically. This is a huge change in the environment. So finally, and not yet exhaustively, but just as a few of these examples, information warfare, which has been powered by deepfake and misinformation, has enabled influence operation tools with synthetic media, targeting the minds of the adversary, combatant as well as non-combatant, all the while maintaining below kinetic threshold capabilities. Add to this quantum technology, which will speedily break through blockchain, cryptography, biotech, additive manufacturing, so that you have low-cost battle components manufactured in field conditions. The list goes on. And I shall stop here with saying that at the end of it, you have a vastly morphed and continuously evolving tactical battle area and a strategic environment than ever before. And all this we have seen happen within this century in our lifetimes.
There are, however, benefits that we see accruing from this too. AI and digital tools have helped reduce assessment to action time. Therefore, efficiency and speed have become the hallmark. Blockchain and digital reporting has improved accountability and therefore transparency in the battlefield and out of it. Drones, robotics, and remote monitoring keep our staff absolutely safe as far as possible, and we did hear about it in the course of today's deliberations. Digital cash and mobile access empower beneficiaries. That brings in exclusivity, or inclusivity. And shared data platforms bring in coherence between agencies, so there is a lot more coordination, whether we speak of the UN or any other multilateral organization. But then there are challenges in terms of ethics, legalities, and of course, operational challenges as well. So, whether data protection and privacy should have consent, should it have anonymity in data-driven operations? That's the moot question. In fact, marginalized groups would risk exclusion from technology-based aid being provided to under humanitarian conditions. That could bring in digital inequality. Commercial technologies like drones can be seen as non-neutral. They may not be commercial. They are commercial, but then they could be used for dual use. AI-driven decisions complicate transparency as well. There is an accountability gap. Humanitarian data and communications of the UN itself are high-value cybersecurity targets. And the over-reliance on automation risks taking away humanity from our decisions. The empathy factor would then be missing instead of the humanitarian action that we intend to undertake. That said, all these technologies put strains on the core of IHL principles: distinction, proportionality, precautions, perfidy, and accountability. And therefore, we require highly clarified obligations from participants, a very strong review process, and new standards for attribution and evidence. I think innovation need not be curbed, and therein lies the bigger problem. The global south looks for innovation, and IHL, if it brings in regulation, would curb innovation. So as far as the global south is concerned, innovation needs to be kept in mind while we remain anchored in humanitarian principles. We must ensure that technological efficiency does not overshadow human dignity, and our humanitarian framework should keep pace with civil military technology convergence, reaffirm human oversight and accountability, and ensure civilian population protection extends into the digital and autonomous domains. That's not an easy task. Should we then rewrite IHL, or should we reinterpret it? Should we reinvent, or should we reinterpret IHL? I think the answer lies in reinterpretation, and let me dwell on that for a moment. There is a lot of debate on whether reinvention of IHL should lead to a better regime. But reinvention would firstly negate what is already existing, and these are universal values which we have identified. Reinterpretation would involve that the core positions remain as neutral as they have been till now. How do we go about interpreting and putting operational boundaries on, therefore, on these new technologies? We can demand interpretive guidance while allowing procedural innovation. I would then say that better implementation and clarification along with reinterpretation is what we should be looking for. The UN has traveled some distance in this, and I'm personally aware when we look at responsible AI in the military domain, where I have been involved in certain global deliberations. The group of government experts has already come out with a draft report looking for a re-aim policy across the globe. However, will it get accepted? Well, there were exceptions when the REAM Global Summit was held in Korea last September. It's yet to be held for the third time now. The future directions for humanitarian policy could then be towards predictive policy making. Use AI and big data to anticipate a crisis. Use the technology rather than react to existing crises. We should go for simulation-based prepared models like digital models and play them through with our IHL principles. We should have quantum-based and space-based connectivity so that communications in remote areas of disaster are enhanced through technology. And there is no doubt, integration of humanitarian law with technology ethics will ensure a right human-centered approach to innovation. So let me conclude by saying that technology is transforming the UN's humanitarian footprint already, although there is much to be done. The reactive aid delivery is now turning to anticipatory, data-driven, inclusive humanitarian action. The challenge is not in rewriting the laws of war. It is in ensuring that humanity remains within those laws, and it is intelligible also to the machines of war. Innovation must continue with the Global South, but it must remain anchored in humanitarian principles without overshadowing our human dignity. With this, I conclude my remarks and would love to come back in case there are any issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Anand. Well, it was super interesting. I have 5 questions already, but we will keep the question session for the end, for the most interesting part. Thanks a lot, and indeed a lot of issues that you have raised. I think will be reiterated many times during these 2 days, just because they are the visible very much from each and every side, each and every corner of whether political setup or legal setup or intelligence setup, including the problematic aspect of interpretation, reinterpretation of law, which I'm pretty sure will be touched in the next presentation as well. And it is my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Gunjan Chawla, who is my dear colleague from the ICRC. She is the legal advisor in the regional delegation in Delhi, and she will present applying IHL to new technologies of warfare. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for the floor, which I will take from the podium. Andre, thank you. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's always a pleasure to come back to USI and hear points of view from such distinguished, learned gentlemen and women. And it's a particular pleasure today to follow the intervention of Major General Pavan Anand, who's set the stage so well for our discussion on how we apply, how IHL can apply to new technologies of warfare. So I think it would be a good way for me to start to pick up where you left off, sir, and address the question of should we reinvent or reinterpret IHL for the law to cope with the massive technological changes that we've seen. And it's a valid question because the Geneva Conventions of today, which were formulated in 1949, we celebrated the 75th anniversary of these conventions last year. So they are now 76 years old. And it is a legitimate question to ask if they're fit for purpose. The technologies that exist today and have been developed and deployed on the battlefield did not exist at the time that these conventions were drafted, signed, and ratified by many countries. So what gives IHL the legitimacy, or even the ICRC, the authority to claim that IHL applies to these new technologies? And the answer lies very simply in the principles that General Anand, you had already articulated on distinction, proportionality, and precautions, which truly are technology neutral principles. These are not principles that apply depending on what is the weapon that you are deploying in your hand. these are principles that apply irrespective of the means and methods of warfare that we're using. And I think the most eloquent justification for why IHL applies to modern technologies in warfare comes from the International Court of Justice, which in its advisory opinion at the turn of the 20th century on the legality of the use of nuclear weapons, eloquently said that IHL is a body of law that applies to the weapons of yesterday, to the weapons of today, and the weapons of tomorrow. So it is not that technological developments have made the law obsolete. I will hark back to something that our head of delegation said this morning, that what we are seeing in the world today is indeed a crisis of compliance. So it's not so much a question of whether the law is fit for purpose, but whether do we have the political will to either reinterpret or rewrite these rules to bring them into the 21st century and the means and methods of warfare that we use. I am not necessarily going to stick to the structure of my presentation today, but I will use two examples. On the one hand, cyber operations in armed conflict, and on the other hand, autonomous weapon systems to advance the hypothesis that the answer to your question, General Anand, is a bit of both. We have to rewrite parts of it and we have to reinterpret parts of it. There are indeed frameworks that we are all familiar with. I'm not going to get into the basics for the students in the back of the room. If there are any questions I would on basic concepts that I'm not covering, happy to take them in the Q&A round later. So we know that the body of law that we call international humanitarian law today rests on two pillars, one of which relates to regulating means and methods of warfare, which is what we are going to focus on today. It is the rules on regulating means and methods of warfare, which we already mentioned, the rules of distinction, proportionality, and precautions that then enable the general protections to kick into force and ensure that persons who are affected by armed conflict, especially protected persons, are spared from the worst effects of violence. When the ICRC is addressing questions of how IHL should apply to tech, just to give you a brief insight into how we look at these questions, first and foremost, to follow these technological developments and see and assess how they are being deployed by militaries is of course the first step, followed by assessing what is the potential human cost of deployments of these technologies. And where it is needed, we will then go on to work on the clarification and development of the law. In the instance of cyber operations in armed conflict, which we know are used for a plethora of military activities, not all of which would amount to a traditional, would not fall within the traditional definition of what is an attack. Cyber operations are of course used for espionage and target identification, information operations, as well as in support for kinetic operations. The use of cyber operations to cause physical damage is something that we have seen emerge in the last couple of decades, and it is not something that has been part of warfare traditionally. Nonetheless, we know that possible targets of cyber operations, which in their result could maybe, other than causing physical damage, could also disrupt the functionality of systems that are digitally connected. We have seen examples of critical infrastructure, including nuclear power plants, being targeted by cyber operations. We've seen hospitals being victims of such attacks with functionality and their ability to serve populations being adversely affected, which of course raises serious humanitarian concerns, especially if we think about cyber operations against facilities like power plants and the energy security of a particular community is affected. Those operations would then, of course, naturally have cascading effects on other civilian services that are essential for survival of the human population as well. So when we come to applying IHL to these cyber operations, of course, it does become a challenge to apply the law to something that is not directly perceptible. Admittedly, one of the biggest challenges in applying IHL to cyber operations is the attribution question, which speakers before me have also alluded to at several points. Add to that the phenomena of what in common parlance we call dual use objects, which complicates the application of the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precautions. As we know, the principle of distinction requires us to distinguish between military objectives and civilian objects, as well as combatants and civilians. And so when a military commander is making the decision to attack or, for instance, launch a cyber operation against what may be considered a dual use object, the analysis does not stop at distinction. We cannot say that this is a dual use object, it is being used for military purposes and so can be legitimately attacked. We also need to get into the question of proportionality. We also need to see what would be the civilian repercussions of launching such an attack, which even if geared towards gaining military advantage, would nonetheless have cascading effects on the civilian population. And of course, the principle of precautions then tells us to continue to assess and analyze these sorts of operations before they are launched, to ensure that these principles are complied with before a decision to deploy them is taken. So bear with me a little bit. This is going to be the most technical part and then not so much. So first and foremost, the debates on whether IHL apply to cyber operations as it stands today has evolved from whether it applies to how it applies. For a brief while, there was a disagreement among members of the international community as to whether IHL applies or not to cyber operations. But at this point, we do have consensus thanks to the forums that are functional within the UN, whether it was the GGE or the OEWG, which recently concluded its mandate. And now the discussion, when we talk about how IHL applies to cyber operations, the first and foremost question that arises is whether that cyber operation is tantamount to an attack. Now, if that cyber operation is an attack, then naturally it needs to comply with the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precautions. It is the position of the ICRC that cyber operations, even if they cause damage or not only if they cause physical damage, but also if they disrupt the functionality of computer and information systems, could likely amount to an attack and therefore would be subject to the rules on conduct of hostilities. Now, a related question to answer, to arrive at this answer then becomes, is data an object? Whether or not data is an object would then determine what is the consequence of the cyber operation in question. Right. So, and it is the position of the ICRC that data is in fact an object, but that said, it is important, I would be remiss to not highlight that there are differing opinions among different countries on how these questions are to be answered. Now, of course, there are several forums that are available to members of the international community to discuss and deliberate upon these issues, with the open-ended working group having concluded its mandate. The new permanent mechanism that is being set up under the aegis of the UN General Assembly would be the new forum for these discussions. And as the ICRC, of course, we stand ready and prepared to provide technical assistance to states as and when called upon. However, it is, of course, the sovereign right of every state to interpret IHL in a way that is consonant with their national policies and legal traditions. Bearing in mind, of course, the IHL imperative to balance between military necessity and the principle of humanity as well. Just to quickly wrap up on the cyber bit before we move on to autonomous weapons, how are we doing on time, Andre? Okay, thank you. So I don't need to rush. So while there are these open questions that still linger and are currently unanswered by some countries, many countries have published national positions on how international law, including IHL, applies to cyberspace. This does remain an open question. And this is one of the very clear examples where we can confidently say that a reinterpretation, or not even a reinterpretation, maybe a clarification of how these rules translate into operations in the cyber domain would suffice to meet and mitigate the humanitarian consequences of such operations. We can very well contrast this with the use of autonomous weapon systems, which raises different concerns. I will very quickly gloss over the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in warfare, which General Anandi also alluded to, and only highlight the importance of retaining human control over these systems where AI is being used as a tool to support decision-making within military structures. With the shortening of the time between assessment and action, or the contraction of the ODA loop, as I'm given to understand it's called, has led to a situation where military commanders must take decisions at the speed of machines, quite literally. And that in itself poses a major humanitarian risk. If human beings are being kept in the loop, they need to be kept in the loop in a way that enables meaningful decision making. If a human being is kept on the loop and is only rubber stamping the decisions already made by a machine, the human control element, of course, comes to be degraded in that dynamic. Autonomous weapon systems, on the other hand, pose very different concerns and challenges. There are, of course, legal, ethical, and humanitarian risks that come with the development and deployment of autonomous weapon systems. There are admittedly challenges to complying with international law, including IHL. There are ethical concerns where the international community, including the ICRC, is very concerned with the implications of substituting human decisions about life and death with machines. The risks of harm for those affected by armed conflict are, of course, at the forefront of our mind when we're talking about these issues. And again, one of the main challenges in the deployment of autonomous weapons, especially weapon systems that are capable of making targeting decisions without human intervention, are a cause for great concern, especially if these weapon systems are not able to accurately distinguish between combatants and civilians. We might say that it depends, of course, on the data set that we're using to train this particular weapon system. But of course, it's very difficult to conceive of a situation where a machine, where an autonomous weapon system could tell the difference between a toy gun and a real gun based on just the physical perception of the object in front of it. So the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precautions is one that is also reflected in the legal system, in the application of IHL to autonomous weapon systems. On this issue, the ICRC takes a graded approach to how we must deal with the question of autonomous weapon systems. It is our position that unpredictable autonomous weapon systems and anti-personnel autonomous weapon systems must be prohibited. One might go so far as to say that it would be an affront to human dignity for a victim to be subject to life and death decision making by a machine. Other types of autonomous weapon systems may then be regulated by imposing limits on the types of targets, the scope, the duration, the geographical use, and the scale of use of such weapon systems, as well as introducing requirements for human-machine interaction that enable meaningful humanitarian control over such systems. And so to very quickly wrap up, on autonomous weapon systems, when we say autonomous weapon systems, we're talking about weapon systems that select and apply force to targets without human intervention. They raise legal, ethical, and humanitarian concerns. While existing IHL does set limits on autonomous weapon systems, it does not yet have all the answers, which is why we recommend that the states, that the international community move towards adopting a new legally binding instrument that prohibits and regulates these weapon systems in a graded proportional manner. With that, it remains for me to thank you very much for your attention, and I welcome questions at the end of the panel with permission from Adri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Gunjan. Thank you for your presentation. Well, as I've said, we have not an easy task to think about, take from the very fundamental presentation about the modern technologies, legal aspects of the modern technologies. And my presentation is named IHL as a political priority. So to link, to bridge all this. It might be considered quite a complicated task, but from one angle. But from another angle, it's an obvious task, because the question that is an elephant in the room in any IHL-related conference today is whether you, each of us, believe that IHL is respected today. And if the answer is, what the answer is yes or no, the next question comes anyway. Whether you believe that IHL is relevant today. And these two questions, if you would look into where they cross, you would find a lot of questions that needs to be addressed and that we can address. And inside that, the autonomous weapon systems and cyber and other modern technologies do exist. So whether it's relevant or irrelevant today, whether we need to follow it or we need to change it, you know, this is not a new discussion, actually. And this is not a new discussion when we don't want to comply with the rule, or when we don't want to comply with the promise. What we do, we start thinking about the new rule or giving a new promise instead of the old one. And actually, this would be in a vacuum if we would not have legal theory, the theory of law, which actually addresses this kind of situations when we believe that the old rules need to be changed. And the law, the theory of law, says that you need to have significant grounds to be able to say, okay, the old rule should not be respected anymore. We need a new rule, or we cancel the old rule. One of them might be, for example, significant change of circumstances, rebus sic stantibus in Latin. And all lawyers know that. There are other reasons when someone is able, legally able, to discuss or to change the rule. Do we have all this now? No, we don't. With new technologies? No, we don't. Well, at least no one claims that we are at the stage where the old rules, Geneva Conventions, additional protocols are at the stage that they need to be revised, or anyone, actually no one dares to say this is not law anymore because of this and that. Many other reasons come on the stage, which from the point of view of the pure theory of law, well, are not that well grounded. But coming back to the idea of why IHL is not respected the way we would want it to be respected. At least while I was thinking about this presentation, I was thinking about at least three elements, three spheres where we could develop this idea and reference or approach it from these different three angles. The one is indeed new technologies, which have been covered very well. So I'm not going to add anything there. Indeed, we have new technologies. Whether new technologies means we need new rules. Sometimes, yes, if we definitely say that, okay, there is something that is not covered by law clearly, we probably need to negotiate the new rule. Okay, where the data is an object, whether it's a civilian or military objective, how to understand it is. Well, indeed, when the new conventions and even additional protocols were drafted, the objects were something in physical world. Data was not considered as an object because it didn't exist in the form that it exists now. Probably we need to discuss this. True, why not? But whether attacking hospitals with cyber means is something we need to discuss. Whether this is something new that we cannot find in the Geneva Conventions. No. We definitely find clearly the rules that say attacks, whether offensive or defensive, against civilians objects are prohibited. The attacks should be limited to military objectives only, period. And this is a clear rule. And you know, no one disputes it. No one disputes it. But sometimes we can look at what people say, and sometimes we can look at what people do. And if we will look specifically on the cyber issue, at what is going on currently, we will see that for many years, since 90s, states in different formats, groups of governmental experts, open-ended working groups, now new format, keep discussing the issue of how to regulate cyber, including or excluding for some countries, but including IHL. And this is a big issue, whether we want to discuss the new rules when the old rules are already there. And by this, we want to overshadow how the rules that already exist need to be respected, or we want to ensure that the legal system that has been built is intact. You know, the second element of this is this interpretation issue or rewriting issue. Well, first of all, I don't think rewriting is possible, actually. Take it into political setup, I don't think this is something we can discuss. In these days, states cannot negotiate about many tiny things, not about even to rework such significant documents universally ratified like Geneva Conventions. But interpretation, and this is a tricky thing that we also in the ICRC came across. And why it's tricky? Because this century actually gave us the terms like permissive interpretation. This is when a party to the conflict interprets, I will take it in brackets, interpret the law the way that it allows it to make horrible things. They believe that they interpret, and they try to convince others that this interpretation is correct. And this is one side. Another side is the refusal of interpretation. When we see parties to the conflict, they keep saying, we respect IHL, period. We don't discuss this. You've seen something wrong? No, that's not that we did. We follow IHL fully. And this is another thing. So there is no discussion, actually. And if there is no discussion, well, how could you influence the one who actually needs to be influenced to change the behavior? It's super complicated. And you know that the mandate of the ICRC is to work in a confidential way with parties to the conflict to ensure better fate or protection of the victims of the armed conflicts. And this is our only mission. And we have been working in all these 100 plus conflicts. Our colleagues in the field, in the hospitals, our colleagues in the field who negotiate with the parties to the conflicts, with the military forces, those who provide direct assistance or protection to the victims of warfare, including civilian population, well, all these people, they rely that those who are on the other side, those who use the weapon, they want to discuss and they want to amend. Why? Because their states gave a promise. And this promise is super clearly stated in Article 1, common to all 4 Geneva Conventions. And what is this promise about? And this promise is to respect and ensure respect of the Geneva Conventions. Respect and ensure respect. And this was a super clear promise, universally ratified by all the countries in the world. Now the question is, why this doesn't happen? And this is a question. This is a really good question. The third element that I wanted to approach is what actually IHL is. Whether this is a set of rules. Well, if this would be an artificially invented set of rules that makes life of people impossible, and people think, okay, we cannot follow them because, look, they really don't allow us to survive. So let's change them or let's not obey. Okay, this would be clear, but IHL is not that. Geneva Conventions are sets of rules, which technically came from the best practices of the past. They are not just the rules you want to follow or you want not to follow. If you don't follow, there are consequences, not from the perspectives of the legal responsibility, liability, but from the perspectives of the consequences that you will suffer for your own troops, for your own civilian population, and for your own political image. Many examples I can bring from the field because I had a chance to work directly in the field, working in the ICRC operations there. Well, just one example for you. Even historical example, if you want. I had the privilege to present last year. I hope I didn't bring this example. I don't think so. So, in beginning of 19th century, Napoleonic Wars, and in the middle of 19th century, Napoleon III Wars, two different situations, while the development of the means and methods of warfare, well, didn't develop much that days. But the chance of a combatant to survive in the battlefield, being wounded, was much higher during the Napoleon I, 50 years before Napoleon III. Why? And I'll tell you why. Because after Napoleon I was defeated, for 40 years, there were no wars in Europe. There was a generation grown up of generals who have never actually been exposed to the battlefield. And they've forgotten that during the Napoleon I and before there was a rule, commanders approached each other with the message informing where the medical units will be situated. And they were placed just in the front line. But the both parties knew where they are and limited their power, limited their fight. 40 years after, this has been forgotten. And logically, the commanders under Napoleon III and those days armies in Europe thought, okay, I have a very vulnerable unit, which is a medical unit. I need to protect it. Let me take it far away from the battlefield, right? To preserve it. Now, 19th century, the middle of 19th century. How would you evacuate wounded? For that, you need horses. What horses mean during the battle, especially if you need to evacuate them far away. Horses mean everything. And you don't have spare horses to do that during the battlefield. So you have many more casualties comparing to 50 years earlier when there was better chance to evacuate the wounded to the medical unit. And this is just an example, historical example that teaches us that if you have the rule, like during Napoleonic, the first wars we had, and if you put it on the text and you share it with the further generations, it helps you to preserve lives. And that's what Geneva Conventions is exactly about. Geneva Conventions say, for example, all the that need to be collected, all of them. Why? Because if you don't do, you spoil the body, and then this person becomes a missing person. This is the one who will be evaded for years, for decades, by their families, by their beloved ones, without any knowledge about their fate. Why? Because you didn't collect dead bodies. Whether this will influence only the enemy? No. Your troops as well, your civilians as well, your families. So this is another angle. So Geneva Conventions is not just a set of rules. It's also the best practices. And if you don't follow the best practices rules, you will get into trouble. The issue is that these troubles come later. Quite often you see them after the conflict or after a couple of years passed. And that's why it's so important to translate the knowledge about this from the top level, from the top political level of the country to the bottom. Because soldiers in the battlefield, they could not understand the long-lasting consequences of their behavior if the behavior is not the one following the Geneva Conventions. So this is the political issue. That's why IHL and politics are linked. This is the issue of the promise enshrined in the Article 1 of the First Geneva Convention to be respected. And that's where we come to the problem. Why these days we don't see much enthusiasm of the states to respect and ensure respect IHL, to respect and ensure respect the promises they have given one to another. This is a question I don't have an answer to. And actually, we all can think about what are the solutions, ask our governments how to change that. I don't know. I know that if the armies invest into themselves, into new means and methods, in being advanced in technologies, being advanced in fulfilling the military objectives, as we call it in the law, military necessity. The other side of that is humanity. They also need to be trained in IHL, in following the rules. And this needs not to be only enshrined in the papers, this also needs to go through trainings. This needs to go through the drills. This needs to go through the concepts. And this is a big issue. Well, finishing my presentation on this, I have to tell you about something that has been mentioned today by the head of the ICRC delegation, which is called Global Initiative, and it has also been recalled by Lieutenant General Leader today. The Global Initiative, that's what was initiated by 6 states: China, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Brazil, France, and South Africa, and ICRC, to galvanize the commitment to IHL. This is the initiative, the idea of which is to raise again the issue of this promise given and to raise the issue why this promise is not fulfilled. And to ask states to unite to promote the idea of IHL being respected. Not less or more, it's just that. In order to ensure that this works, that this global initiative works well, it's divided into 7 work streams. These work streams are prevention and good practice, national IHL commissions, IHL and peace, protection of civilians, protection of hospitals, ICT, information communication technologies, naval warfare. Whether we exhaust the questions of IHL by these 7, no, we have many more. But these 7 were selected for this first 2 years or 2 years of the initiative, which will paramount next year with the high-level conference on humanity and peace. These were selected as those in which states demonstrated the most interest to follow. There was already 1 round of consultations happened, as if you've heard, more than 130 states participated. Another round of consultations already is coming. It's just the end of October, November. We will have another round of consultations next year. And then in the fall, we will have the conference, the international high-level conference on the peace and security. On the humanity. So this is how the process looks like. The trigger for the process was indeed clear evidence that IHL is not respected the way we expected. And what I cannot understand, and probably you will be able to give this answer, how did this happen? Then in 70s, in 80s, in 90s, we were able to follow better the IHL than we do that with all these advanced technologies. How did this happen? Where was this moment where we cracked and we went this this way, not to when states keep talking about other international treaties, I can understand political interest, something else. But when we think about revising the best practices that were enshrined by the blood, by the sufferings of people of the First World War, of the Second World War, where we had this momentum when we decided that these rules are disputable and we will not follow them. I don't know really. I have been working with IHL for more than 25 years and I don't know the answer. But with this initiative, we in the ICRC saw that probably there is a chance to change the things. There is a chance to raise again the issue of IHL compliance and in a wider sense, this promise of ensuring respect, which means not keep silent when the IHL is not respected, and contribute to the IHL dialogue where it is possible, including giving humanitarian space to humanitarian organizations, including discussing the new rules if there is a need, including to raise the voice when violations are obvious. So I put this question mark for you. If you would have an answer or if you would have other questions to my dear colleagues, I would be happy to give the floor. Thank you very much for this. By this, I conclude my input to this panel. Thank you. Pessimistic, as it has been promised a little bit today. So any questions? Yes, please, sir. We will take 3-4 questions and then proceed with the answers. Sir, we need a mic because otherwise we will not hear you. Sorry. Give us a second. Thank you for introducing yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair, sir. My name is Rishi Atreya, and I'm the head of strategic studies with a think tank, Indus Research, based in Bangalore. So the question is, you mentioned quite rightly that all countries have accepted the Geneva Conventions, and there is some so-called supposed global consensus. But you see, like, for example, the International Criminal Court, many major countries either don't sign the convention, don't ratify it, or leave it. So you see, our Geneva, and you quite rightly talked about non-state actors. But how does one, in a sense, for especially in today's world of what's sometimes called gray zone warfare or non-war combat situations, honor the Geneva Conventions? And now, if you take the Israel situation, Palestine doesn't recognize it as a state. So do Geneva Conventions apply in those conditions? I mean, isn't all international law at the end of the day based on consensus or acceptance by countries of the world? Isn't more kind? It's not an enforceable law, unlike municipal or a domestic law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the question is there, please.
Myself, Vijay Singh. I'm from 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚 International. This is a global public policy research advocacy organization. Andre, it seems ridiculous of talking about answers on IHL and others unless the whole world is not ready for reforms in international architecture of all international bodies like UN, IMF, World Bank. How can we address all these things? First of all. Second thing is the political, are the nations really ready? Are the political priorities of the nation is IHL? And unless and until these reforms are not taking place, how can the enforceability of IHL and many other things will be addressed?
Thank you. Yes, I see. Yes, one hand there, please.
Maybe a little weird, but still, my name is Colonel P.K. Mukherjee. I'm with the USI here. I was just thinking, I don't know whether Pawan sir has covered this or not, but can we use technology to ensure compliance of IHL? In today's world, with social media and drones flying, can we have some kind of a software which will ensure whether those involved with UN operations or in general wars are following the IHL since it has been accepted by most of the nations? I understand when I'm saying this, well, fake videos can also be made, but then if we have some kind of a genuine video by the UN, any body or department of the UN, who can make these videos and show that IHL is not being complied with at certain places wherever wars are taking place or UN is involved in peacekeeping or enforcements. Can we use technology, so to say, to ensure compliance and implementation of IHL? That's what my point is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There was a gentleman behind.
Thank you, sir. Anand, today, recently, Government of India decided to make a mark on AI-made events, or if it's 10%, 20%. When we say AI-based warfare or cyber, after this, behind this is a human brain, human is involved. So how can we differentiate human is not involved in AI or cyber or other types of things? So it should be taken as a human instead of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take a pause to answer the questions, and I would like to address Professor Anand. Do you want to take the one? Two?
I can give my thoughts.
Yes, please.
I can give my thoughts quickly in a sequential way and then take it back to you. I think Mr. Rishi just asked about this, it being a little ridiculous if it's not enforceable, right? And in a way, I agree with you, but to make it enforceable, there has to be consensus. And I think what we are doing sitting in all these gatherings is developing the consensus, right? So there was a time when there were the rules of war. When we talk about the period of the Mahabharata, we talk about war stopping at the end of the day. There would be a blow of a trumpet and you would stop killing each other, right? And you would get the wounded off the battlefield. That was the rule of war. It was followed. There must have been a time later when it stopped, when night operations began. And that's where defeats began to happen. So the rules of war changed. There was no enforceable mechanism at that time. It was understood between societies. I'm just using that as an example. On the other hand, we also know that when the victor, to the victor went the spoils, right? So when Carthage finally defeated Athens, Athens was pillaged, looted, and raped, right? There were no rules applied over there at that stage. So it's what's available or what is thought of in society at that time and how the consensus is developed, and then only it becomes enforceable. So if I may suggest over here, the process of building the consensus started in some ways with the Geneva Conventions and with the UN coming in a big way to try and see if it can be enforced. I'm sorry, the gentleman from 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚𝐧𝐜𝐢𝐧𝐠, I forget your name, but you did mention about again whether it is being enforced or not, and can it be enforced when there is no consensus at all at the IMF and the World Bank and so on. So this exactly is how we see the multipolar order kind of impacting multilateral organizations like the UN. And that is why we live in very interesting times where we are looking at reinterpreting and redefining certain methods that we will apply to this and make them probably enforceable in some way or the other through a consensus-driven set of norms. So we are now facing disruptions, not only because of technology, but also because of geopolitical changes. And those disruptions will have to be addressed through another form of consensus building. And therefore, in a multipolar world, as it appears today, we should be getting more players into building up the consensus. And I see India being a big player in this, provided India takes up a little more robust activity at the global level as we are attempting to do now.
Well, Mukerji asked this question about technology being used for compliance. Yes. If you won't use technology for evidence gathering, it will become impossible with the pace at which events happen in war zones today to actually gather evidence, record it and archive it and bring it up at the right time when legal issues are being resolved so that people are made accountable for their actions at a later stage, if not at that point itself. So certainly technology will be used. It will have to be protected, as you very rightly said. It will have to be archived in a protected manner with cyber secure data systems. And I think there are already work which has started on this. You mentioned drone systems. They are already being used by UN peacekeeping forces in certain areas, not only to carry out reconnaissance, but also to gather evidence. And we just saw a clip by Samartur, where, I mean, this is the format in which it could come, but I'm not even sure whether at that time it was correctly archived with the UN. But today, I think systems have become much better. And therefore, if you remember in the Challenges Forum, it came in a big way as to how digital transformation is happening in the UN itself. So take that to other multilateral organizations as well. And I think you have your answer with that. Mr. Trudeja, you mentioned about AI and, different, if at some point there is a human involved. So therefore, is that human who makes the algorithm responsible? Or is that human who is in the loop responsible for the decision? Or is there no human at all at some point of time and the AI takes over its own decision-making process through machine learning? So self-learning algorithms. And I put it to you that a human in the loop will be accepted only when at a point of decision, it is recorded that a decision has been taken. And that is the point where the human will become accountable. The man who makes the algorithm is probably serving somebody, but the man who makes him make that algorithm could at some point be made responsible for it. The accountability gets diffused across various layers. The man who made the algorithm, the man who asked him to make the algorithm, the man who paid for it, the man who actually used the weapon, the man who authorized the final firing of the weapon. Did somebody even record it for evidentiary use later? So accountability gets diffused, and accountability at various levels will have to be fixed when we look at various new technologies coming in and AI being the foremost in this. I also put it to you that there is a black box phenomenon in neural networks which does not explain how a decision has been arrived at by an AI algorithm when it does self-learning. So at some point, the human loses control over it. And that's what we are all worried about here. So the black box phenomenon can never be followed through. It may be interpretable at the input end. It may be interpretable at the output end. But what happened in between, you will never be able to tell because it does its own self-learning. So to that extent, the diffusion happens. And therefore, we have to find ways or means of doing it. And there is a massive exercise going on globally to make sure that there is some accountability. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Gunjan, do you want to add something?
Yes. Thank you so much. I do have a few thoughts I'd like to share on the first two questions that came from the gentleman from Indus Action and the gentleman from 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚. I see a common thread in those questions where we seem to be indicting the effectiveness of the international legal system as a whole, as it being not enforceable in a court of law, as states not signing on to for instance, the statute of the International Criminal Court and so on and so forth. I apologize to Andre in advance because I'm going to depart a little from ICRC outlook on this and say that because this is not IHL, this is general public international law. I always say to students who I've interacted with that if we're thinking about public international law and we're focused only on enforcement, we are missing the point of international law altogether. The point of international law does not lie in enforcement and mimicking the courtroom proceedings that we are so used to within the domestic paradigm, and because that is what we understand as an effective legal system. We go to court, we have our day in court, and that is how justice is obtained. I'm sorry to inform you that is not how international law works. The point of international law does not lie in enforcement, it lies in the process of lawmaking. As we have seen, as was highlighted by several panelists in the morning session, the UN Charter as it exists today is a snapshot of a moment in human history. It is a snapshot of the time at which the Allies emerged victorious in the Second World War, designed a legal system that suits certain needs, requirements, and interests, and that is the system that we are subject to today. Be that as it may, I will also supplement that by saying that international law, contrary to domestic legal systems, is one of the most democratic ways of lawmaking. Why is that? In the domestic legal system, it is inconceivable that every single citizen will be gone to and asked, hey, do you agree to comply with this law? Hey, do you agree to be subject to this statute? Nobody asks that of citizens. But it is the sine qua non of an international legal rule to come into force that a state consent to be bound by that. And that is why the consensus on the Geneva Conventions is that valuable today. Since the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions are one of the very, very few international legal treaties that have managed to obtain that universal consensus, that all 196 sovereign states in the world agree to be bound by these. And it is in that agreement that there is an expectation of self-regulation among states. Why we need self-regulation is because states are sovereign entities. The United Nations is not a global police force that is policing how these sovereign entities are behaving. The United Nations and other international organizations are only forums for these sovereign entities to come together and agree on what these rules must be. And once that agreement is arrived at, then there is a second stage of agreement where you go back to your domestic legal system and you affirm that, yes, I will be bound by that. And it is in that affirmation that international law gets its living, breathing character. If it was not for that, even the ICC would not be functional, even to the limited extent that it is. And on that point, I will add that again, I think this is again the byproduct of a certain school of thought to think that the only way of enforcing IHL is through international criminal tribunals. I'm sorry, that is not true. The first side of enforcement of IHL rules is military rules of engagement, is the military discipline system. The closer your justice system is to home, to, well, the scene of the crime, the more likely you are to have better evidence, the more likely you are to have a more timely resolution of the matter. We can look at the ICC, we can look at the ICTY, we can look at the Rwanda tribunal. They have taken decades to arrive at decisions. And that is not the efficiency that is not the level of efficiency that militaries can afford to function with. If there has been a violation, there will be a disciplinary action. And I will stop there, but I have one last thing to add, Andre, on the question about from Colonel Mukherjee as to whether tech can be used to ensure compliance with IHL. Of course, it's a no-brainer that technology is a tool in the hands of those who use it. But I will give you one example, which I came across recently, that the Army Design Bureau in India has developed a very interesting piece of technology called the Battle Extraction and Assistance Robot, which has a very cute abbreviation called PAIR, which is essentially a robot that is designed to facilitate evacuations of the injured and other casualties from the battlefield in scenarios that might be too dangerous for personnel to be carrying out these extractions. So yes, of course, this goes to the point that Andre was saying about, was highlighting about the need to collect all the dead and all the wounded from the battlefield. So I think this is an excellent example of technology being developed and deployed to that effect. And I will stop there. Thank you for your
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear panelists. Well, from my side, look, there is an issue that needs to be solved. First, I I disagree that the IHL doesn't work. Look, I disagree with the notion that IHL is not respected with this level of generalization. Like, let's forget about it, it doesn't work, I'm sorry, I'm not here. So why? Because I've seen how it works, including if you take, yes, the conflicts differ, states differ, parties to the conflicts differ, situations differ, everything is different. Can I say that IHL is respected always? No, definitely it's not. Can I say that probably it's respected less than, I don't know, 30 years ago? Probably yes. Somehow I think that probably yes, that's true. Can I say that it's not respected? No, that would be not true. Why? Okay, take Russia-Ukraine conflict. Prisoners of war send capture cards. That's enshrined by Geneva Conventions. ICRC visits prisoners of war. There are operations that are not even envisaged in the Geneva Conventions, but allowed by them, like exchanges, for example, of prisoners of war in the conflict. There is humanitarian space in each and every conflict where the ICRC presence for its work to be done. You've heard about the conveying of messages during the Indo-Pakistani war, but that's exactly what is happening now as well in many, many conflicts. We pass the Red Cross messages, we pass salamats. Actually, one short story. In my short career in the ICRC, I was unlucky to work already in 5 armed conflicts. And in one of the armed conflicts, I visited prisoners of war. And the person I've met said, okay, I don't believe much. You can take my basic data for registration, because when we visit prisoners of war, we always register them. So I took them and I asked about the next of kin, well, to pass the message about the person is alive. He said, I don't believe you will find them. You know, anyway, they are not, they have moved probably. So go away. Okay. And sometime I visited the same place of interment, and I already had a number of messages for those who expected to be there. This is a usual practice of the ICRC, and I met the same guy. And I told him, look, I have a salamat for you. Salamat means in our language, a short message. A short message. It came from the Middle East practice, so that's why it's salamat. But technically, it's an oral message that we write down and then we pass. So he said, yeah, okay, but I don't believe this is a real message for me, so please, you can do it publicly. I don't need it to make it individually. I said, are you sure? I'm sure. Okay. So I've read, that was a very personal message, very personal one, very clear one, like Father, we are in the place A with Uncle D, with me, my nephews, and my son, G and C, and etc. It was very short, but it was super clear. It cannot be faked, you know. And this handsome man, really handsome man, he started to cry. And that was a goose, and actually till now I have the goosebumps on my body. And he said, the last time I talked to them were this month ago. And when I talked to them over the phone, I heard shelling there. And then the line was cut and I was not able to call back. And then I was captured. And I spent in the captivity this time, each and every night, having just one dream. I saw them under the shelling and that they are all dead. And this is the difference that ICRC brings with this kind of visits of prisoners of war worldwide, because we visit detainees in each and every armed conflict, and this is our mandate. And this is a part of the IHL. And this is specifically Article 126 of the Third Geneva Conventions that enshrines ICRC with the mandate to visit prisoners of war and says that parties to the conflict are obliged to give the ICRC the access to prisoners of war. This is how IHL works. And if I would say that IHL doesn't, I would go against the truth. So for me, it's super clear that it can be better. But for me, it's also super clear that we cannot say that IHL is obsolete. We need to forget about it. We need to cancel it because of that. It's still there. It's the best system we could have. That we don't have anything better for now. So let's make the efforts to ensure that the system we have built with a lot of pain, First World War, Second World War, other conflicts, we maintain and we ensure respect to these rules. Look, you can blame me, and this will be very honest, for taking all the time and moderating not well, and I can take all this blaming and shaming against me, but the time is over, and I know how strict our partners in USI are about the timing. So I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart my dear panelists today, and I would like to thank you for your attention and for your wonderful questions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, Pawan, and Gunjan for a very focused presentation. In this particular aspect, we touched upon the modern technologies, various aspects related to it, and the human factor in the autonomous weapon system. I will quote a instance of last year, same hall, I think Andre shared with us. He narrated a case of World War where Jews were being targeted, and there was a man who was firing the weapon. Something was conveyed by the expression of an old lady in the shooting. And while shooting with that expression, that gentleman didn't shoot at the lady and a small child. But take the case back in today's environment with the autonomous weapon. If the autonomous weapon is there is no feeling, no sentiments. It is just a task given and the system will do the task. So here the importance of human factor comes in. I think you narrated this last year, some instance in the Poland.
Thank you.
I think I just remember. So I was just connecting up this human factor part of it. So what comes out, the main problem is the selected non-compliance is certainly to be blamed. Thus, building a culture of compliances to the IHL to protect humanity is urgently needed. And wherever required, it needs to be recalibrated. I feel a dictum to follow should be, before war, prepare to comply with the international humanitarian law, a thing to be thought of and see how it can be brought into effect. May I now request Lieutenant General Leader to present a token of remembrance to our panelists, please. Please. Basics of building. As we present it, moment any military takes, it will be the benefits from companies, but finally. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a just short break, around 10 minutes. A cup of tea. We have laid it just outside the auditorium also. So have a cup of tea and please join back.
Yeah.
सर वो जरा ऑपरेट करने वाला अभी आ रहा है। अभी आ रहा है 3:30 बजे है हमारा पैनल।
अब बताओ।
हाँ एक बार बता। साहब yes,
Sir.
Robust and secure platform. robust and secure platform designed to collect, visualize and
May I request everybody to settle down, please? So we are at the concluding session of the day, that is protection of civilian responsibilities and dilemmas. Protection of civilian is not our duty, but it is our responsibility. Protecting civilians in the conflict is a fundamental characteristic of humanitarian law, international human rights principles, and the core objective of United Nations, and is critical to its legitimacy and credibility. Several mechanisms and strategies are in force, but results don't commensurate on the ground, and ongoing conflicts have displayed continued erosion and neglect of compliance with international laws. Thus, the world has failed to live up to its commitment to protect civilians in the armed conflict. And because the protective effect of the international law is only as strong as the states and the armed groups make it. To steer the discussion, we have someone who has served in the 2 peacekeeping missions and done in-depth research and authored a book on the UN peace operations and their effectiveness. And he is Major General Dr. 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚𝐧𝐜, which I had introduced in the first session. He was military observer in Angola, deputy head of the mission, and deputy force commander at Lebanon. Besides moderating the session, he will be also speaking on the responsibility of the host nations, operational realities, and dilemmas in the protection of civilians. Other panelists, Shri S.P. Sekia, international law professional with extensive experience in research and the legal analysis across peace and security, dispute settlement, and law of armed conflict. Earlier worked with the Department of Peace Operations, UN, and RRU, Rashtriya Raksha University at Gujarat, and presently with the Office of Legal Services, UNDP, and an incoming Global Fellow with the UN University Center for Policy Research, New York. He will discuss vitiated consent and the status of force agreements. And finally, Brigadier Sandeep Kapoor, a serving Indian Army officer, a former peacekeeper in Congo, military attaché to the permanent mission of India to the United Nations. Presently, he is attending the National Defense College. He will focus on use of technology for protection of civilians. So over to the chair, General Bartolai.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very common sight in USI for any event which takes place after lunch. Look at the screen from there, so that the one who is standing here or sitting there do not get discouraged. Having said that, my sincere gratitude and thanks to all of you for having the patience to sit through even after lunch. For us, this is the source of inspiration and motivation. So now about 1 hour or so, what we're going to talk about is basically is a very common subject. People have been talking about it, protection of civilians, challenges. We are going to talk about this, a practitioner's view of challenges of protection of civilians, at the macro level. Then we'll have most least talked about subject about on the ground, that status of force agreement. I'll not dwell on it more. I'll leave it to Saikia to speak. Then finally, we have Brigadier Kapoor here, who is going to give a ringside view of what 193 members think about the protection of the civilian. So I'll begin with saying that, protection of the civilian was the first time the mandate was given during UNAMIR mandate after genocide of 6 April 1994. But by the time that mission was just closing down, it was actually a mission in Sierra Leone, UNAMSIL, around 2000. This was mandated to use all necessary means to protect the civilians under Chapter 7. However, since the time human beings have come into existence, the need to, the impulse to protect one's own, whether it is individual, group, family, or the nation is ingrained and fundamental to human behavior. So therefore, if an individual or a group or a nation wants to protect its own citizen, it's quite natural. And in the context of peacekeeping operations, there are enough examples of peacekeeping contingents or peacekeepers taking the extra mile because they have been encouraged by the troop contributing countries to protect the civilians using all necessary means, regardless whether the mission has been mandated or not. At the same time, there are also examples where the peacekeepers have hesitated to protect the civilians because advancing many regions, such as that mandate does not specifically use the word protection, or there's ambiguity in the wording of the mandate, or there's ambiguity in the interpretation of the peacekeeping principles, inadequate resources, or the presence of national caveats. The list is long, but not exhaustive. Now, protection has been always a big challenge. While it is natural behavior to protect one's own, but what happens when the circle becomes, one's own circle becomes smaller, it becomes a double-edged weapon. Why I'm stating this is that, for instance, a nation may wage war to protect its citizens against any external aggressions or any threat coming from outside the border. The same time, same nations, what happened, suppress their own citizens if they perceive their own citizen have become threat to their authority. So protection of the civilian or the vulnerability of the civilian will remain, whether like it or not. This I call it the complex side of protecting or this thing, protective instinct. Now, the Treaty of the Westphalia is a founding concept of sovereignty. Now, sovereignty entails responsibility. But what happens if the one who is responsible, the nation, host nation is responsible to protect its citizens, fails in responsibility, then responsibility shifts to international community. How and why, how and what method will be used to protect the citizens by the international community. Now, due to budgetary constraint, as you all of you are aware of this fact, the low footprint of the peacekeepers, which is taking place now, and also because of the past failure of the peacekeepers for its inability to protect the civilians, the security councils may not be too inclined to take this responsibility again. But since protection of the civilian is a responsibility, the POC, protection of civilian agenda, will be at the center. We cannot get out of it, but it will come under a lot of stress for various reasons. For instance, conflict will continue. Conflict will only continue no matter what you do, and civilians will continue to suffer. Now, countries whose track records of human rights are not very good may insist on more on the presence of host state consent. Now, the suffering of the civilians likely to get more attention because of the transparency of information and human rights concern. That's what happened. International community is likely to come under more pressure, do something more than what is doing it now. What is going to happen? Since POC agenda is likely to be used as a political will or political tool by the powerful nations. Why I'm stating this, that as the civilians continue to suffer, conflicts rise in number, and the host states are unable to protect its citizens, what is going to happen that powerful nations, that self-serving powerful nations may take it as an opportunity to advance their strategic interests far away from the homeland, just looking for mineral resources. Say, for example, the Eastern DRC, what is happening. Now, POC mandate, if it is, peacekeeping mission is there or not, if it is there and it is mandated, we will be a gray zone. Now, when it is a gray zone, the line dividing between the humanitarian assistance and protection task will be blurring. That is again to accommodate the powerful nation. Even the concept of R2P, which seemed to have gone to the cold storage likely to resurface, again being used by powerful nations. You all must be thinking every time I keep meaning about powerful nation, it is the truth. I don't mind hiding it. I'll keep repeating it every time. Now, supposing there is no peacekeeping operations deployed, or the peacekeeping operation is deployed, the force is inadequate. Then who does the protection part? And again, what happens that it could be given an excuse to outsource the protection task to outside private contractors or mercenaries, whatever name you want to give it. Now, hiring private military contractors or mercenaries, not a new concept. It was there earlier, even 1,000 years ago, when King Saul had hired mercenaries and enlisted in his own army to fight the Philistines. In case of UN peace operations, post the UN, post the genocide, when the Tutsi bounced back, a lot of Hutu civilians fled and took shelter in the refugees camp bordering the DRC. Now, the refugee camp also was embedded by the remnants of the genocidal army or armed elements. Now, this created a security situation for both even UNAMIR, it was the small in size, and also Eastern DRC. At that point of time, the three options were available to the UN. One, that increase the size of the mission. Two, status quo. Third, outsource the protection task or security task to private military contractors, as suggested by one British firm. They're good at that, let me tell you. Now, reeling from the experience of Rwanda and Somalia, I think even did not want to experiment another experience or the distinct, go to another experiment. Now, outsourcing the protection task to the civilians or the private contractors would have amounted to that abdicating its primary responsibility. Therefore, it was the status quo. Now, this idea has resurfaced again. On 30 September, what had happened, Security Council has adopted a resolution authorizing a gang suppression force in Haiti, pulling in people from the member state on a voluntary contribution to replace that the Haitian, Kenyan force. Now, this actually means legalizing the mercenary force under UN umbrella. Now, by the way, that famous Blackwater fame, Eric Prince, is already there in Haiti. So, does it mean that that gang suppression force is actually indirect license to Eric Prince to allow him to do what he's best at? And I'm surprised that while the Security Council resolution was tabled, with Russia and China abstain. They have advanced some regions, but they must have got some compulsions, all of us, but it has gone through. A lot of other questions come up is that, like that, who will fund this gang suppression force, in the sense? Who will lead it? Or will it be like a business model to replace even peace operation completely to make profit out of the conflict? But remember, all this kind of multinational force, these I feel, I do not know, I may be wrong, these countries which are going to put the boots on ground, I don't think they are going to put the soldiers there. They will hire it out. And when they hire it out, obviously they will have their own pound of flesh. Now, this part, of course, I have already spoken. Now, at the operational level, what happens, that dilemma for that necessitates even providing protection comes up when the host states fail in this primary duty. That what happened, international community become responsible to provide the protections. The range of actions or options are available to them, both non-coercive and coercive action. Now, until now, what happened? That not enough early warning system among many other regions and lack of will are a few regions which have been advanced by the member states and many troop contributing countries for the peacekeepers not being able to implement the mandate. But, learning from Ukraine and Gaza war, what is going to happen? The protection challenge will be further compounded because the gray zone and hybrid conflict is going to enable the global, regional, and the domestic player to take the level of danger to a different level. They are also, the digitized conflict will make it easier for the state and non-state actors to inflict more casualties on the civilian population and create panic. Why I said panic is that recently a few drones loitered around Denmark, Poland, and Germany. It created panic, actually, what had happened. According to one of the geopolitical analysts, that he talks about that choreography of the fear has managed to create panic amongst the nations. So now another point is that the low cost technology which is easily available in the market, now they can easily find ways in the conflict zone, and when the falls in the hand of the non-state actors, they'll be emboldened. And what is going to happen is that danger level to civilian population will only increase. So much so that if they get addicted to the low cost technology, even the state sponsored armed rebel groups also will be going out of the control of the host state. So what is the way forward? While the host state is responsible for protect the civilians, it is that presence of peacekeepers in the peacekeeping area to protect the civilian in acknowledgement of that the capability of the host state has been compromised. Well, I'm sure that United Nations is seized with this problem. I think side by side, the people who are concerned most, the nations or troop contributing countries from the global south must start thinking, quite innovating that what can be done. Otherwise, the challenge is becoming bigger and bigger. I feel that active, non-active protection strategy plays a crucial role in empowering the community to enhance their self-protection mechanism, and focusing on the development will mitigate the consequences of hunger and poverty. To that extent, I would say, I hope that SDC of the UN is re-energized because development is the key to security. Thank you so much. Right.
A very good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's a privilege to be here at USI, and I also thank both the USI, the Center for UN Peacekeeping, as well as the ICRC for having me here on this session to discuss a topic which is not so very often spoken about, but is equally important when it comes to peacekeeping. So a quick overview of what my presentation would be covering. So it will, of course, be covering, we'll be going through the first basic principles of UN peacekeeping, the 3 tenets of UN peacekeeping, followed by an important understanding of status of forces agreements. After that, we will be jumping into the core problem of vitiated consent. I will be explaining it to you what vitiated consent means, and then that would automatically help us draw a conclusion on the 4th issue of triggering a dual crisis. Triggering a dual crisis in terms of international humanitarian law application, but with the twist of its application on the UN peacekeepers and the loss of their protected status. And the second one is the protection of civilians component. So to quickly go through the 3 basic principles of peacekeeping, any peacekeeping operation under Chapter 6 is reliant upon 3 founding principles: the consent of the parties, which is the host state and the United Nations, the impartiality of the force that the United Nations places in the host state, and the third, the non-use of force except in self-defense and in defense of the mandate. These three principles are important as we go through the slides, because we would be soon encountering how these are challenged in today's multidimensional peacekeeping operations. We have 11 of them existing today, which will soon be coming down. But the problem remains of having these three principles respected. So far, status of forces agreement. So we know that peacekeeping missions operate in a country, but do we know what is the legal basis for their operation in a country? That legal basis is a bilateral agreement between the United Nations and the host country, let's say hypothetically South Sudan and the United Nations, to deploy forces on the ground. This agreement is based on a document which was drafted in the 1990s by the United Nations Secretary General. And this agreement was called as a Status of Forces Agreement. And it serves as a model agreement. A Status of Forces Agreement is an important document that covers the status, privileges, and immunities of all the UN staff and the civilian staffs working in the UN mission. This also includes the military personnel who are going to go and be part of the contingent into that UN mission. It provides them criminal jurisdiction, it provides them the immunity from arrests, and it provides them immunities for any official acts which are being carried out. For your information, the boots on the ground, which are placed by the troop or the police contributing countries, are subject to the jurisdiction of their respective home states and not the states in which they operate, which means an act of a peacekeeper in country X where he is deployed would not amount to his criminal liability in that country, but back in his home state. Now, besides the status of forces agreements covering the privileges and immunities, there are two other important components that are covered under it. One is the operations rights and the host state obligations, which is the important question here. The host state, when it signs this agreement, allows the mission to operate freely in its jurisdiction, in its country, and this is called the freedom of movement. It is followed by the facilities and premises that it provides to the UN mission, to the troops that reach that mission. It allows them the status and it allows them the flexibility to carry weapons with them and have the uniforms. Equipment and supplies are brought into the country without any tax exemptions, without any issues. And then it also includes the bringing in of communication equipments. And bilaterally, it also covers the obligations of the United Nations and the troop contributing country towards the host state, which means it covers the issue of respecting the local laws of the host state. It covers the scope of the mission, which is pretty much defined in the mandate of the UN Security Council. It calls for mutual assistance. So when there is an investigation for a crime which is conducted in the host state, it allows for both the United Nations and the host state to work together and solve out the issue by investigating it. And finally, it works on the principle of settling claims or settling disputes to it. As you can also see, there is another terminology called the status of mission agreements. These are specifically for special political missions, which are not peacekeeping missions because they do not have an armed component involved in them. Now, this brings us to the concept of vitiated consent. So what is vitiated consent? It has been seen over the history of UN peacekeeping, particularly beginning from the early 2000s, that a host state, when it signs the status of forces agreement and virtually gives its consent for the UN to operate in its territory, does not necessarily at all times provide the political backing or the approval for the peacekeeping mission. And it does so in an ambiguous way. It does so in a coerced or a conditional manner. It will not say that to you on your face, but it would create circumstances that would allow the mission to not operate or at least find difficulties in undertaking its operations. This would mean that it would basically have the host state show its unwillingness to have the mission on the ground. It could also mean that it genuinely does not agree with the mandates that the peacekeeping mission brings, which is being authorized by the Security Council. And that the political process that the peacekeeping mission is trying to commit to is not necessarily matching the goals of the host state government at power. Now, when we come to the issue of vitiated consent, why it is important is because when you do not have the cooperation extended to a UN peacekeeping mission, it does not provide it with the power to fulfill its mandate. And one of the major mandates of UN peacekeeping missions today is the protection of civilians. Because there is a crisis in the state which has to be resolved and there is a reason for the peacekeeping force to be deployed in that particular country, it is important for the peacekeeping force to go ahead in fulfilling its mandate. And there are examples of it. For instance, in Sudan, with the UN AMID, there were constant denial of access, which was not given to the UN force to go into Tabit, where mass rapes had occurred, and these were committed by the Sudanese security forces. In this regard, when the UN wanted to carry out an investigation, there were visa denials for key UN officials to undertake these investigations. And this is a clear violation of the Status of Forces Agreement. However, these host states have become smarter. They wouldn't cancel the visa. They would just delay it. Let's say if a government goes on a shutdown, all the government functions stop. Host states have recently and of late shown this pattern of delaying these so that it doesn't look like a violation, but is a violation. And similarly, in the case of UNIFIL in southern Lebanon, there have been massive cases in the last 12 months where UNIFIL peacekeepers have been denied entry into alleys, into local areas by unarmed men or Hezbollah, or sometimes even by the other security forces from carrying out their patrol and responding to a situation. This also amounts to Status of Forces Agreement violations because you are not allowing them to conduct their mandate, which is to first of all patrol the area and also look out for any issues that they need to resolve. And then we jump onto the issue of why is this still happening? Why in 2025 are we still facing these issues? Well, I boiled it down to this document, the Status of Forces Agreement, which was drafted in the 1990s. Now, please remember that the 1990 model is not applicable everywhere, but it is an important model to begin a peacekeeping operation. Once the model is enacted, the mission and the host state would take some months to draft a specific agreement that would allow for the host and the UN to work together in resolving other issues. But it is not always the case. In many missions, even today, the applicable document happens to be the 1990 Status of Forces Agreement. There has been no mission specific so far which has been drafted. And that is one of the reasons why we are discussing it today. Now, coming on to the first crisis that it generates, and this is with respect to the application of international humanitarian law in the context of the UN peacekeepers. First of all, the 1990 model so far does not provide for either international humanitarian law or international human rights law application on UN peacekeepers. This was done separately by the Secretary General in a 1999 document, which clarified that UN forces will adhere to IHL and IHL applies to them, and that they are protected under the civilian category unless they take direct part in confrontation. And this is one of the reasons why vitiated consent is an important concept to decipher today. Because in today's time, you have missions operating in an era of uncertainty where you have got host government forces, or you have got rebels or non-state actors backed by the host government causing problems for the UN mission on the ground. In these situations, it becomes difficult to sometimes identify the friend and a foe. We all heard from Major Sami today on his situation when he was confronted with a group of people who he could have shot, but he did not. Why is this happening? Not necessarily the same factor, but if you look into the instances of the experiences of other troops, it is also because they were uncertain of whether to engage them or not, because they were not clear on what was the legal status of these people. Which is why in today's time, it is important for us to reflect on whether a 1990 drafted document is powerful enough to support the peacekeeping missions who have an expansive mandate, grown over 75% of the original mandates which first peacekeeping missions used to have in 2025. Especially when the Undersecretary General for UN Peacekeeping Operations, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, says that there is a declining appetite for peacekeeping missions happening. So somewhere, somehow, there is a trust deficit which is also happening primarily also because of the mandate, because there are cases where a host state is not necessarily in agreement with the mandate of a mission, such as protection of civilians or conducting elections in some cases, where it wishes to not have the UN conduct investigations into human rights, protection of civilians, so as to not have its flaws come out. This brings us to the issue of loss of protected status under the international humanitarian law protection. The 1999 document provides the protection to the peacekeepers. And as you can see from the third principle of UN peacekeeping, use of force in self-defense or defense of the mandate. But sometimes when you are confronted in an issue where you do not know the friend and the foe, you do not know who you are firing at, and you do not know whether or not the host state is on your side, you may end up making decisions to act. The force commander might be forced to act in the judicious manner he thinks he could, given his military training, and engage a target. Now, the consequences of that are sometimes uncertain, because once you engage a target, you do not know who you fired at. Sometimes it could also be because of the fog of war that you engage a national soldier. And there are possible interpretations of that act being taken against the host state, that the action was deliberately done to attack the host state forces. And that is when you have the issue of the protection of the peacekeepers going out of the window. This was also the case with the Force Intervention Brigade in MONUSCO, where this was the first force which was created by the United Nations to operate under Chapter 7. Chapter 7 of the UN Charter allows you to conduct peace enforcement, which means the consent of the state is not necessary, and you can go all guns blazing on the enemy or on the non-state actor. The dilemma that, however, came was the status of this Force Intervention Brigade was not covered in the Status of Forces Agreement. So what was the consequence? The consequence was, again, confusion. On the one hand, there were questions by member states on whether acts of violence against UN peacekeepers should amount to opening up criminal investigations against these non-state actors at the ICC. And then there was the second dilemma of the Secretary General condemning these attacks against UN peacekeepers. What it also did was that the Force Intervention Brigade acted as a separate component from the main peacekeeping force of MONUSCO. So often, non-state actors had the confusion of who they were engaging. Sometimes it could be people from the Force Intervention Brigade, which was meant to attack them, but sometimes it could also be people from the regular MONUSCO Peacekeeping Brigade. And then you have the issue of accountability, which is a void which is leading to widespread immunity. These agreements are bilateral, and these agreements go both ways. It is not necessarily the violation of the SOFA by the host state, but sometimes it is also a violation of the SOFA by the United Nations. The SOFA is an agreement between the UN and the host country, but it is not an agreement between the host country and the troop contributing country, let's say hypothetically India. The South Sudanese government has nothing to do with India when it comes to peacekeeping, because the agreement is different. Peacekeepers deployed in a mission are deployed based on a document called the Memorandum of Understanding, which is signed between the government of the troop contributing or police contributing country and the United Nations. That document specifically says that you need to take jurisdiction of all the acts committed by your peacekeepers. In many cases, there have been issues of sexual exploitation and abuse, which is an elephant in the room in peacekeeping missions, where people, underprivileged girls and people begging for money in these sensitive missions have been raped by peacekeepers as well. And these forces have, however, not been holding them accountable, which is why in many cases, the Secretary General has repatriated troops from an active peacekeeping mission, saying, we don't want you. We don't want you if you are not respecting your rules. But the void it creates is the reputation loss of the United Nations. Because then you have got the host country in a bus where you have violated the civilians' rights and also the civilian status, but you're not acting and justice is not being served. These are also factors that contribute to the negative impression against peacekeepers and also negative impressions against peacekeeping missions in a hosted government. And then it becomes an excuse for them to stay away from these countries, and which is why the issue of vitiated consent often comes out. Now, the final issue with respect to the blurring of lines, is the issue of UN managerialism. The United Nations, when it comes to these issues, is not it's not an organization that confronts the host state about it. Of course, there would be diplomatic back channels to discuss these issues, but there is no issue of confrontation. It is always conciliation that works into picture. But it is not a feasible and a positive way to go forward. Why? Because in many a times, when you have peacekeepers being attacked, you have soldiers from a troop contributing being killed in action. Who is going to pay for their rights? What about the status of the mission? If your peacekeepers remain attacked because of the inaction of the host state, you need to bring these up in a forum. And I believe not just with political processes, but also legal dialogues. You need to hold the host state accountable. And these are small accountability issues which makes a big difference, because tomorrow, otherwise, any peacekeeping mission operating would be taken for granted, because the host state would know that these people are only here as long as we consent to their presence. This is what happened in Mali, one of the deadliest peacekeeping missions of the 21st century. We lost many peacekeepers due to landmines, and there were also instances of non-cooperation by the host state. But what happened ultimately? Ultimately, the UN got the bad name, failure to protect civilians, couldn't do the job, and then the host country, which is Mali, withdrew its consent and the peacekeeping mission had to shut down. And not all objectives were met. A lot of finances that went wasted, but also a lot of mandates that went unfulfilled. And this sets up a precedent when you talk about setting up a new mission. This sets up a precedent when you talk about extending the lifespan of a mission, such as UNIFIL, which is coming to a close next year, unfortunately. But these are the consequences of having a legal agreement do what it shouldn't be doing, which is letting the host state, or for that matter, any one of the parties, have the position of certainty and the say, and not in the right manner. Now, finally coming on to the main issue of protection of civilians. There have been many cases where civilians have been under attack, and there have been no permissions on movement provided to the UN forces. This also includes casualty evacuations and medical evacuation issues, where the airspace has not been allowed for helicopters to fly, and no rescues have been able to be completed. There are also issues across South Sudan and also Mali, where the protection of civilian question has risen to an extent where the people attacking these civilians are none other than the forces of the government itself, or government-backed forces. And for all you know, the missions have been restricted, as one of the examples also said, on child soldiers being placed in the evening hours, so that it would be difficult for the missions to attack them, or it would be difficult for a mission to confront them should they attack them and have a bad name to the mission of the mission attacking civilians and small kids. So it seems like a case where the agreement, which is as simple as it could get, is not covering the legal basis in order to allow the political conciliation and the political progress to make in its tiniest manner possible. And that is the reason I've given that quote in the bottom of the slide, which is, "Weakness kills our people," and that is true. Look at it from the perspective of the troop contributing country, who sends in the people in order to ensure that the protection of civilians is undertaken. They bring a good name, they bring a good reputation, but only to have the host state government not comply with its terms and in return lose its personnel on these peacekeeping missions. It is not certainly a method to move forward in any direction, which is why we come on to the final question of the day and my presentation. Are legal reforms not necessary in UN peacekeeping? A lot of speakers today spoke, and rightfully so, that political solutions are the way forward. And I totally agree. If you confront a state with legal solutions over political problems, don't expect an answer from them to be compliant with you. Because all they want is a political process, because in these states, you never know when a government falls, you never know when a government resurfaces. And there is the other issue of belligerents, which come in. And consent of belligerents is another issue, which is a Pandora's box in itself. Which is why I come on to the conclusion that vitiated consent is a political foundation that allows the obsolescence of the SOFA to destabilize the mission, leading to the dual crisis of IHL status of the peacekeepers, but also the protection of civilian mandates. And then I agree that while politics must be the driving factor in resolving these issues, there should also be accountability. And accountability not to an extent that it becomes a political challenge to go forward, but minimum accountability to the extent that the host state understand their duties and responsibilities. Because one of the other problems is that when you deal with a host state, you only have the governments informed about the status, the privileges, and the immunities the mission enjoys. But if you go down the order to the last true possible that the country has, there is a big chance they are not aware of who these people are. There is a big chance that they might identify them as non-state actors unless they have the blue helmet on. Which is why the host state has to do its fair share of work in order to ensure that the protection principle sustains and that not only are the peacekeepers safe, but also the civilians remain safe with their duties and with their lives. And the third principle or the third recommendation is to update the status of forces agreement for 2025. As I've already stated, model SOFAs from the 1990 are the stepping stone for a peacekeeping mission to operate in a country. Unless and until there is a specific peacekeeping agreement which is drafted between the UN and the particular mission, it is this agreement that applies. And in cases where there is an agreement that we wouldn't apply the SOFA, there is a Convention on Privileges and Immunities of the UN that applies to it. However, this needs to be documented also because of the fact that the 1990s model SOFA does not cater to all categories of personnel. In the 1990s, you did not have the category which has today emerged as the United Nations volunteers. In the category of the 1990 SOFA, you did not have civilian contractors involved in these documents. And these two people are important components in today's mission. Because of the liquidity crisis, UN has had a tendency to hire more UN volunteers who work for half the price. And this is the concluding part of this entire presentation, that the agreement needs to be modified, but also the fact that the agreement needs to be updated. Think for yourself, 1990 versus 2025. How does it work? Thank you very much. And I hope this was useful in terms of understanding SOFAs, the concept of vitiated consent and how it implies and works on IHL and protection of civilians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suraj.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm wary of the fact that it's 4:12 now, and I have just 12 slides. And the topic of the discussion which has been given to me is as shown on the viewfoil, that is protection of civilian mandate in peacekeeping operations, and what is the role of technology in all that. So what I'm going to do is I have 12 slides and I'm going to cover it in 4 parts. I do not have any dividers, so I'll just let you know how I'm going to address this topic. First, I'm going to let you know that how has technology evolved when it comes to UN, and particularly in context to protection of civilian mandates. And how this technology is being employed to fulfill this mandate. So this is going to be the first part what I'll cover. The second part, I will just briefly touch upon some case studies which substantiate the fact that technology has been able to assist in fulfilling the protection of civilian mandate. And in the third part, I will just briefly touch upon some UN headquarters initiatives, and within the UN system, what initiatives are being taken as of now for this technology transformation. And finally, I will just cover in 2 slides the challenges and limitations and what is the way ahead. So coming to the first part, so this everybody is aware, just for the sake of repetition for everyone, all of us are aware that peacekeeping is more than 75 years old. It started in 1948. At that time, probably the mandates were not that complex. We did not have asymmetric threat. Today, we have the asymmetric threat. While the budgets we had used to be, we had missions with $1 billion. Now we have budgets of 11 peacekeeping missions today within $5.4 billion. And so accordingly, less resources. All of us are aware what Hippo brought out was simple mandates, achievable mandates, adequate resources, adequate funding. But today we just have $5.4 billion. And that's why we have a reduction of troops, so less presence of troops. Now, how do we connect it with protection of civilian? Already we heard the moderator speak about it. So post the Rwanda genocide and the genocide which took place in Bosnia, Srebrenica, these were taken as failures for the international community, and two resolutions which came up. One was the UN Security Council Resolution 1265, which came up in 1999. And the second one was the 1296, which came in 2000, and which brought out the role of protection of civilian in three tiers. One is the political process, one is the physical protection, and one is the protective environment. So I will not be touching upon the political process that should do with how you engage with warring factions. I will not touch on the protective environment. That is to do more to how to establish the rule of law and build institutions within the nation. What we'll be looking at is the physical protection and how technology is being employed in that part. So because of these, the way the peacekeeping has become more complex, so of course the mandates also became so complex, and POC became the central core of these mandates. And to add to this was the accountability framework which came up. We had the second speaker allude about it, so I will not dwell much upon it. So it is for both, for fulfilling the mandate and for protection of civilians. And how do you hold everyone responsible for that? That is the accountability framework. And thereafter is the increased employment of technology, both by the warring factions and also by the peacekeepers themselves. So these are the latest trends which are there. Mandates are complex, technology is being employed, and there is a very strict accountability framework. Money is less, resources are less. And that is why what is the transition which has taken place is there's a transition from manpower heavy to technology enabled peacekeeping operations. So you do not have so many foots on the ground, but you have eyes in the air, and you have a situation awareness data on the screen, which keeps you ticking and which makes you more proactive to fulfill the mandate. Now, what are these technologies which are being employed? As you can see on the slide, so you have drones. Drones, they got inducted 2013 onwards. The first mission we had drones was in DRC Congo, and they were used for the real-time surveillance and also border monitoring, troop safety. And alongside the drones came the satellite imagery that was for the terrain analysis and for the various early warning systems. You could get a very clear indication of the place where you're operating, where you should deploy, which are the routes for the factions to move in, which will the places for siting your IDP camps, and so and so. And then came a SAGE. We have a combination of the satellite imagery and the drones, which we call the satellite situation awareness and geospatial enterprise. The SAGE enterprise came up as a combination of the drones and satellite imagery. The mobile early warning systems were there. They started as early as in the 1995 onwards. You had these systems coming up. That was initially the radio set. Thereafter, it was the mobile for SMS alerts with the communities leaders, so that they could inform the peacekeepers in case of any threat to the civilians. So that was there. And thereafter, we had the AI coming somewhere around 2017 to 2019, in which then the AI was combined with the drones and the satellite and the SAGE to get a predictive analysis, which became a major tool for decision making. And of course, we had the digital communication networks, which combined the troops, the last man on the ground in the mission, to the mission headquarters, to UN headquarters. So these are the basic tools which have been being employed for the POC mandate, the physical protection and the POC mandate, and they make the job easier for a peacekeeper. And in addition to this, there is a platform known as Unite Aware, which was rolled out by our own foreign minister in 2021, and now it is already functional in most of the missions. And I'll just show you a very small video on that. Can we have the volume increased? I can't hear the volume. Okay, not a problem. So basically this platform, it combines just about everything. Every sensor on the ground is combined in this application, in this platform, starting from a drone to your video cameras, to your satellite imagery, to any kind of a sensor which you place for counter IDs or any jammer, and everything gets fed into this, which is in the joint operation centers in the mission, which gives a very clear situation picture of who is deployed where are the various factions which are deployed, any movement of the militant group, everything comes up here. And it also throws on various decision making options for the leadership on what is the fastest way to respond or how to avoid any kind of a situation which may take place. It also helps in relocating of your internally displaced personnel camps and a movement of the civilians from one location to another, or when you're moving from in your convoy or just about anything. So this is the platform which is being employed. Now, coming to the evolutionary trend of technology, this slide sums it all. So I'm sorry, you may not be able to read something, so I'll highlight it from here. So you see four distinct lines which are coming up. 2013, you see that the drones were inducted. Thereafter, you see somewhere in 2017, you find that the AI comes in, and then there is an integration of the AI and drones which takes place in 2019. And in 2019, there is a drawdown in Congo. 2020 is the induction. And 2020 onwards, you find all the graph going down. Now, what is this indicating is basically, this is to do with the peacekeeper casualty. So, in the last 75 years plus, we have lost 4,000 peacekeepers and a number of civilians. We do not have any account of civilians, any official record. As far as the peacekeepers are concerned, out of the 4,000, around 953, we have lost them in violent actions. This slide shows from the period from 2010 onwards, the peacekeepers that we have lost in 4 missions, that is MONUSCO, UNIFIL, UNMISS, and MINUSMA. And what you see is there's a downward trend in the number of casualties taking place after the integration which took place of the UAVs and the AI 2020 onwards. So it just gives an indication. A similar is the case when it comes to the civilians, that there is a reduction in casualties if you are employing technology for the POC mandates. So the basic aim of me to show this graph was to show how technology is helping in the POC mandate and how it has evolved over a period of last decade. So now if I have to just sum up what is the kind of employment technology has been used for. So these, one is the situational awareness where you have the drones providing you a very clear picture. Thereafter, you for civil military coordination when it comes to your IDP camps, so that you don't have any unwanted elements coming there, you have biometric verification taking place. In missions like Mali and in the hybrid mission in UNAMID, you have the counter ID technology which is being used, where you are using the jammers and along with drones moving along with convoys, so that you can detect any kind of a ID threat which takes place. So now this is the first part, and the second, third, fourth part, I will not take more than 3 minutes. So as far as, if I have to sum up that the technologies which are being used, in the last 1 decade and how they have helped, what we try to get out of it is that the protection of civilian mandate earlier was being done by patrolling on the ground. We had more number of troops, but then we had reduced budgets. So we could not have so many people, the foot on the ground. Our engagement with the community leaders reduced. And since we did not have physical presence, our information gaining through human intelligence also reduced. So how are we obviating all that is by these technologies which I showed you. So we are able to get the inputs from the ground through technology when the troops are not on the ground. And we are able to avoid our peacekeepers and civilians getting ambushed, because we are having a very clear picture through the satellite imagery about movement of these groups. So finally, earlier we were reactive based on inputs from civilian when we used to react as a peacekeeper. Today we have become proactive. So this is how technology has helped us in the protection of civilian mandate and also ensuring that our accountability as a troop contributing country is being followed in the right manner. Now coming to the second part, I'll very quickly go. There are a number of case studies. DRC, there are wonderful examples. If you go to UN websites, you'll find all this. For UAV, through UAV spotting of militant groups. In Mali, for for counter ID. In South Sudan, protection of IDPs. In Somalia, counter ID. I will just quickly run over in Congo from 2013. Initially, drones were used for for mapping the North Kivu region, and this assisted in deployment of peacekeepers. 2014, there was a boat which capsized in Kivu Lake, and 14 civilians were saved just because of the drone footage and the early response. 2015, in the North Kivu, in the IDP camps, we extensively employed the drones. 2017, they were used to uncover the M23 militant movement, which saved a number of civilians and ambush our own peacekeepers. There's a community alert network, which is ongoing in DRC, and it has connected 1900 villages and over 2 million individuals with 57 operational community alert network centers. So that is the one which keeps providing information, and you are proactive in responding. Now I'll directly come to the third part, and that is how UN is going further when it comes to technology. So we had this A4P, Action for Peacekeeping initiative, which came up. In this, we had the responsibility to protect, we had the safety and security. As a political process, we had that the mandates have to be achievable, adequate funding should be there. We have gone further than that, and now we have A4P plus, and the focus, this A4P plus came in 2021. The focus is on innovative data-driven technology here, where we are looking forward to how we can drive these technology tools in all missions, how we can have a top-down approach, how we can integrate all the sensors within the mission area. So this is an ongoing process which is going on, and the aim of this, the digital strategy which has come in the UN is to integrate the intelligence, information, logistics, communication, and cyber security all together. So this is the focus when it comes to UNHQ. The second thing what is happening is every biennial we have this tech symposiums. A number of things have flown over the last decade. I have just highlighted some of them if you just read them below. The concept of technology providing contributing countries, like we had troop contributing countries, finance contributing countries, equipment contributing countries. So we also have technology contributing countries now. We have a number of resolutions, discussion on AI norms, which is ongoing. Innovative employment of technology is something which is going, and it is a top-down approach which is being followed. Now, in addition to this, there is a funding. So if you go through the 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚𝐧𝐜, that is the Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Questions, due to paucity of time, I'm not showing the graphs. I went through that. And while the budgets have gone down from $8 billion to 5.4, the subhead for communication and technology has always gone higher. So last one decade, if I have to draw a graph, you'll find that the funding for technology in the missions has gone up. Now coming to the last part, what are the challenges and limitations? So these are the challenges. So if I have to give a percentage, 60% of the problem is training gap. Most of the TCCs are not trained when they come and they get deployed. There's a lack of technical training. There is an infrastructure deficit. Some missions have the technology already on ground. Some missions do not have. There are restrictions for host nation. They may not allow for UAV flights. Ethical and legal issues, tomorrow your AI may give a decision and which may lead to a disaster. So who's responsible? You map your, the host nation's territory. There are ethical and legal issues. And for that, we had the second speaker talking about SOFA. These things need to come up when the mandates come up for consideration. And finally, budgetary constraints. Some missions have been funded with technology, some have not. So this is my last slide. So what are the recommendations? So these are the recommendations as far as UN is concerned. So what we need to do, we need to integrate technology in all the mission as part of the mandate. We need to ensure that all these major platforms and advanced communication are embedded as part of the planning document. When it comes to capacity building, we require a mission-wide training in this. It could be done in the troop contributing country as a pre-deployment training, or it could be done collectively within the UN in the mission headquarters. They could organize it. We need to improve interoperability within the UN agencies, the UN agency with the troop contributing countries, and also with the host nation, so that you get a very clear picture of what's happening. We need to strengthen cyber security, and also with the host nation, we need to negotiate some flexible, so that you are able to employ most of this technology seamlessly for the POC mandate. And finally, also, if I have to put a word for India, probably somewhere we need to step in here. While we rolled out the Unite platform, this is the right time when we can invest on small scale technologies, induction in the mission area. We could think of beyond a troop contributor country as a technology contributor country. We could employ DRDO, we could employ HAL, we could go with startups. So we have a lot of scope here. We just need to think in the right direction, and wonders could be done on that. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
We have come to end of this discussion. I can see the tiredness on your face. Do I have any questions? There is two hands. Okay, I'll take only two questions because no more. Can I see a third? Okay. Three hands. Okay. No more. Okay. Now, please be strict and address the question to the speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Sir, first question is because I don't know which panelist will take it. You've talked about the role of private military security contractors in some of these fragile states. But there are also other contractors who go in, particularly from often from developed countries, either like UK or France or the US, and they often work in areas of governance, of trade reform or public sector reform. And often they were also being paid for by the international aid arm of these particular developed countries, which would be giving development aid to these fragile states. And often these consulting firms are charging very high rates. And this had become an issue in some countries in the West, as much as there have been legislative bodies have conducted inquiries into this. And so it's not just security contractors, it's all kind of contractors who go into a fragile state. And if India is to become an IT provider, wouldn't Indian IT companies also end up becoming this kind of private contractors? Or how should India approach that? If Indian firms are going to be the private contractors. Thank you, sir.
Okay, next question.
Firstly, my name is Adya. Kind sir pointed out that I should introduce myself before speaking. I think he's not here yet. My name is Adya. I'm from Delhi Public School, 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚. I'm a senior there. My question is to Sir 𝐀𝐝𝐯𝐚. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. So, sir, on one hand, in your talk, you talked about how giving free consent to the host nations to opt out of the agreements can be problematic. Right. And on the other hand, you also talked about how there's always a political crisis and the governments keep building and falling down. So, sir, the simple question here being that if we can't give full free consent to the host nations to opt out, but on the other hand, we can't bind them to a contract or the agreement because the governments keep changing. And even if they would agree to the mission, but they might not agree on the same terms, then what, according to you, is the solution to balance these two contradictory situations?
Next question.
Yes, hi, my name is Nakshatra. I'm an aspiring engineer. Just an augmentation of that particular question. Let's take example of the state of Taliban, right? Afghanistan, the Talibani government. If the UN is at the point not recognizing the entity, the official government, then how do we go about the concept of consent over there so as to enforce the SOFA?
Okay. Please sit down. The first question came to about this PMC. I was referring to private military contractors, not those contracts of a trade. There's a different issue that people who go in to provide security trade, they may become private military contractors. So nothing wrong in private military contractors as long as they're governed by ISOA. So problem is that they are mercenaries. They survive on instability. So they are not accountable. So I really not referring to the if Indians provide IT technology, they will become private military contractors. No, I'm referring to PMC. I hope I made it clear. Okay, next question, Suraj, quickly answer that.
Hello. So to quickly answer the first question, which is on what is the solution, I think from the morning onwards, there have been many speakers, including Jen later, who have spoken about political solutions. And I remain committed to that answer on seeking political solutions for these issues, because the minute you bring up the legal aspect, countries back out. And we have seen this happen in the past. So for that, I would still continue political solutions with a limited scope of legal accountability and legal liability. Otherwise, everything is a failure here. It could be a failure. And on the second question about what do we do when the consent, let's say the government is displaced, we have a belligerent who is in power. In these situations, and looking at the pattern of operations today, most of the peacekeeping operations are Chapter 7 missions. Chapter 7, which is peace enforcement, not Chapter 6. And under peace enforcement, consent of the host state is not required. However, because of call it political feasibility or call it diplomacy, Mali was also, for instance, a Chapter 7 mission, but yet when Mali government said we do not want it, we withdrew the mission. However, so this is just a political diplomacy game which is being played. So I think in those situations, because it's a Chapter 7 mission, it continues unless and until there is a legitimate government which comes in and that can take over, and the peacekeeping mission could continue. But there will be an issue in between that phase, to be very fair, with permissions.
Okay, thank you. I'll quickly sum up few points before I, yes, sir. Yes. No, sir. No.
Okay. Just firstly, a sharing of a thought on SOFA, Status of Forces Agreement. Two problems in it come. Firstly, what I found in Sudan, that we sign a document and we don't filter it down, people don't relate it to it. And a lot of time when the consent was denied, when people asked, the SPLA said, what SOFA? Never heard of this. Absolutely. And then I passed instructions on SOFA and rules of engagement that it will not only be percolated down to each company commander, but it'll be even translated in Arabic, and they will carry it with them. So the question is not of signing of agreement. A lot of these agreements we sign just remain legal documents archived in the thing. People are not aware. And what you heard in the morning sessions also is that UN is all about relationship building. You have to move around, meet people, tell them aware. If you're not even telling them aware, then how is it going to happen? Okay. And that comes to my question to you. Suddenly, with this buzzword of this technology, there is a now asymmetry in the lifestyle of the UN and the host nation. And one of the pullbacks is because of this. In an area which is totally underdeveloped, where people don't even have water and food, we are trying to build up these smart camps in Abyei and elsewhere. Suddenly people who are in fortresses with searchlights, with generators and all that, and huge technological differential, what people have started calling it a digital divide. So my two questions is that, firstly, how can we harmonize while carrying out the same functions in a style, in a style which is more, I would say, Spartan in nature, like the NGOs do it and the agencies do it. You see the way they operate. They have local habitat, they'll merge around inside. The UN just lands up with all this thing, MOUs and containers, a whole lot of things. So that's first part of it. Is the problem is the asymmetry between the camps that we are building. Number two is the transfer of technology. As you're aware, in the green peacekeeping, the UN started an initiative that they're going to build up technology in certain areas. And they want this as part of the peace building activity, this technology to be taken over by the host nation. Bulk of the projects are failing because there is a technological divide between the people here. So how do we address this? Both, firstly, because this is definitely, I can show you, one of the biggest issues today in the host nations pulling back is this digital intrusion in their field. Both they see it as a cultural issue, they see it as a sovereign issue, and they also use it as a safety and security issue.
Yes. Sir, thank you for that question, sir. General Leader, his question is very pertinent actually. So yes, sir, this is a problem. And as I see, sir, the answer to it, first of all, we need to understand that technology is a force multiplier, but it does not do it with the pulse of the ground, sir. You have to have foots on the ground. And somewhere I think there is a problem, because when these fundings and the reduction of troop took place, at the time, at least India had voiced this issue. We had the brigades moving out from DRC, and we had been saying, listen, we don't even have the pulse of the ground. So you're absolutely right, sir. And the problem, I think, how we can ensure that we have the local populace getting involved in it, I think it's through partnerships. Now, what we can do is, one is the arrangement of the mission deployment which takes place. One is a capacity building and partnership, which is a one-to-one arrangement which takes place. In number of places you will find the triangular partnerships which are taking place. So there is a member state which provides equipment, which starts providing training to them. And this is not going to take place suddenly, sir. I completely agree to you. First, we need to win the confidence of the people. We need to tell them, we need to educate them that, okay, this is the only employment of technology which is going to happen. It is not for intelligence. In fact, this discussion has taken place in the past, because this was a concern by a number of host nations. And there it was brought out in particular that the use of technology is not for intelligence. It is only for peacekeeping intelligence, and only to assist in protection of civilians. So one that is message gets driven, sir, probably we are able to help the locals and we are able to save them. And once they see this taking place, like this example which I gave of the boat, sir, which got capsized, and we were able to save civilian, which couldn't have taken place without a drone. So I think it will take time, sir. I completely agree, and it needs to be done by the local people. They need to educate their own. The community leaders need to educate the locals, and it will be a very gradual process. And I agree with you that we can't go with hi-fi, equipment on the ground, and you don't even have a pulse. You are not in touch with the communities. So you need to be in touch with the communities and go in a very gradual manner and look for partnerships. So as part of this, in one of the tech symposium in 2018, there was a tech PCC concept which came up, and also a digital peacekeeper concept came up. So the tech PCC concept was again three. One was a complete wet lease, one was a dry, one was something in between. We need something like a wet lease. We need to be getting deployed in the villages. We only, the member state which is providing the equipment, needs to train the locals, get them on the hands with that, and slowly educate them. And then that should be gifted to them. Probably that's the only way we can go about it, sir. But this is a challenge, sir, and I completely agree to what you are saying, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will quickly give out few points. Thereafter, I'll request Henry to come up and give. No, let me finish the 2 points otherwise. You must have the last word, being part of the ICRC. Otherwise, Commander Bali not like it. Interesting discourse by two experts on the field. One is a ringside view and one from the ground, who talked about the least talked about subject about so far. Brigadier Sandeep brought out about the technology to be used as a force multiplier, and he said that India must transit from manpower contribution to technology providing. Yes, I would like to add one line. There was a time when that India had a big influence in the peacekeeping operation. In the sense, up to 2000, Indian contribution in complex peacekeeping operation was taken as one of the pillar of those peacekeeping operations. But there is a growing decline, that for various reasons, that influence is not there anymore as it used to be. And I think it will do good for India to be mindful of that fact and think of contributing more than the boots on the ground. And not only technology, I think India could think of contributing both in military and non-military form some substantive elements which are badly required by the countries which are recovering from conflict, like engineering assets, hospitals, like NGOs for demining, etc. I mean, Indian Army engineers do not do demining, but I'm sure there are enough NGOs, I'm aware of that, they do it. Only thing that as a government, we must push it. Now, of course, he says what I have learned, that smart peacekeeping requires smart technology. I agree with you. Suraj brought out two important parts. One is that need for updating the SOFA connected with the vitiated consent, and second is that legal reforms. No, I understand why that updating, I do not know really. It's my understanding that why the SOFA has not been updated. I go back to the time of the principles of peacekeeping, three principles of peacekeeping: consent, impartiality, those days neutrality, and use of force. And these were not mentioned anywhere. These were identified at the time of 1956 after Gaza operations. Context was different. That was an interstate conflict. Now, as become intrastate conflicts are more prominent, more parties to the conflict, violence become more vicious, it's difficult to get absolute consent. So what happened? It has become consensus. When it becomes consensus, it comes with conditions. And these conditions are never given in writing, these are implied. And as and when these conditions are diluted, you can take it for granted the parties to the conflict or the host state, like for Sudan and Mali and all kind of thing, they will withdraw the consent. So therefore, I think the reason, if you update the SOFA as it suits the international community, that what is going to happen, it may not be liked by the host state. The general leader brought out in the morning session as a need for the consent. But then it will happen to chapter 7, and I don't think international community has the guts to go through these chapter 7 missions anymore. Next point is about legal reforms. Yes, I think legal reforms are required, but why not? It is required. But point is that how do you implement this? I take word from Gunjan who said that the crisis of compliance. Like for instance, I cannot visualize how can a head of the state of a very powerful nation can be arrested by anyone. You are seeing here what's happening. Like, because in English, the saying goes that he who wills the stick on the buffalo. With this, I will end this discussion. Request Andrew to come up to the stage and give his point of view. Thank you, Suraj and Rosan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will not take much time. And indeed, the brilliant session was super interesting to listen to. But probably our co-organizers and we ourselves also wanted, while civilians are on the board here, to bring a short perspective on this. Look, the panel was super interesting, but we all look at the so far at the host country from the side of peacekeepers. Think about the country as any country, because when you come to a peaceful country, you start talking about IHL people. The first reaction of people is, look, that's not about us. We are the peaceful nation. The war will never come to our land. La 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 la. So we all hope this will be true. But we also know that things change one of a sudden, and any of our countries could become the country of the conflict, or the country a party to the SOFA, this way. And here, what I wanted to raise the issue of the defense of the motherland, which is in the DNA of any military service, of any military person, but the way not we often allow ourselves to look at. Usually we think about the defense is to fight against the enemy. But let's think about the defending our country as taking care about our own civilians. Do you see the difference in this? Do you see the difference in approach? Winning, whatever it means, or decreasing the casualties among our civilians, whatever it means. These are two different ways to look at the same issue of the armed conflicts. And ICRC is on this side, how to decrease the casualties among the civilians, how to decrease the sufferings of victims of warfare. And in this work, we are looking a lot for the support of the partners, of the state, the first, because it's the state's responsibility to defend its own citizens. As it has been said, defending the citizens, that's an issue. But how to do that? In the only way to ensure the better fate of civilians during the time of armed conflict is to prepare that during the time of peace, is to ensure you have civil defense, to ensure your military forces are educated, trained enough to support civilians to know how to operate within the densely populated areas, etc., etc., etc. With peacekeepers, we know these are the best representatives of their military forces. They are high level, educated, trained. In order to become peacekeepers, the country goes through a number of layers to satisfy the conditions. We know all this. And these are the good examples, the best practices. But if we talk about ordinary, if I may say so, military forces, members of the military forces, are they trained enough? Whether the system as a whole works enough to support the protection of civilians. The context where peacekeepers work are often the context where you have the full collapse of the civil society or quite close to that. We cannot think that the state will inject enough resources into this kind of protections. They just don't have the resources. But not to forget that many of these countries in the past were, if not prosperous, but at least capable countries that were able to maintain and to prepare themselves for the better fate of their own population. And what I wanted to say is that this topic of the protection of the civilians is not just the topic of the offensive actions. It's also the topic of how to defend the country. And this needs to be designed during the time of peace. And having this opportunity and thanking the co-organizers and the dear panelists, I wanted to say that probably you've heard about the updated commentaries to Geneva Conventions, the project that the ICRC has been led many, many years. We have published already the updated commentaries to the first, second, and third Geneva Conventions. And now, happy to say we have finalized and they have been published, so the presentation is coming, the updated commentaries to the fourth, the longest one, Geneva Convention on the Protection of Civilians, which is very much linked to today's topic. Thank you very much, and I thank you very much, the panelists, for this fantastic opportunity to listen to you and to learn from you. Thank you very much, dears.
Thank you, Andre, to hear your views on this, after this panel discussion on this important subject. We all agree that this is a very, very complicated issue. Thus, in the discussion, it has come out quite clearly that the protection of civilians in the conflict requires a very comprehensive, integrated, and well-planned approach. It may include the diplomatic efforts, humanitarian assistance, peace-building initiatives, and the legal frameworks. It has to be the whole of the mission approach wherever the mission is applied, without prejudice to the primary responsibility of the host government for protection of its population. But most important is commitment to all the other parties involved in the conflict, as well as the support of the member states and the international communities to build a culture of compliance for the international humanitarian law. It is said, I quote, "You cannot go back and change the beginning, but we can start where we are and change the ending." So I think the discussion in this session was aimed at that level. Thanks, Chair, and the distinguished panelists, and Andre, for a focused discussion, protection of civilians, responsibility and dilemmas. May I now request General B.K. Sharma, DG USI, to felicitate the panelists, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we come to the end of today's proceedings and hope to see you tomorrow morning. Be seated by 9:20, please.